Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, let's push some buttons. So, plan today is to play Terra Invicta. To explain the title, I know precious little about this game other than it intrigued me a while ago, so it got put on my wish list. By my understanding, it is more a grand strategy game than 4X game, so it's kind of flipping the head on Stellaris, which is more a 4X game than a grand strategy game. By my understanding of grand strategy, I'm thinking more along the lines of stuff like Europa Universalis and what is it? Crusader Kingdoms, I think it is. Crusader Kingdoms? Those kind of games I more associate with grand strategy than I do Stellaris. I said Stellaris is more 4X than it is grand strategy, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, so I have no experience with that kind of game. 4X games I've played before, not much. So I'm expecting I may be very lost very quickly, from what little I know about this game. I don't know about its multi-monitor support, but initial impressions seem okay. I don't think I need to change anything in here. We can tweak them later. I'm hoping there's going to be a decent tutorial system. If not, I am going to be very lost very quickly. But we shall see where we go. Let's start a new game. Good. So, 2026 scenario. I assume that's what it is. For your first game, it is recommended you play as the resistant faction with a tutorial enable. Fair enough. 2026 scenario. Aliens arrive on Earth in 2026. This tutorial, the tutorial is available for the Resistance faction in this scenario and is strongly recommended for new players. 360 space objects, high performance impact. Curious about the rest of it. Aliens arrive in 2026. Aliens arrive on the Earth in 2070, a near future scenario. Okay, we'll start with the default, we won't mess around with it. Scenario, full solar system. All 8 factions. We have to play the Resistance. Humanity First Initiative. The Servants. Tractorate. The Academy. Project Exodus. Protect humanity by resisting the alien invasion. Faction difficulty is 3. Faction difficulty 4. I'm wondering which one's classified as the easiest. Support the aliens by any means. The Servants. Protect humanity by appeasing the aliens. Convince the aliens that we are equals. Massive difficulty. And Project Exodus. Okay, so tutorial is on the medium difficulty. We're going to leave it on normal. Ordinarily, there's only 4 difficulty settings anyway. Ordinarily, if there was a lot of difficulty settings, I would normally bump it up by 1, but because we have no idea what we're in for, we should probably start on normal. And I don't know whether or not we're going to make this a series. I put 01 on the title card, just because we're going to be playing this probably at least twice. Give us 12 hours in it. So today on Tuesday, but I may be changing my long-term stream game from Thursday onwards. I think I'm getting to the end of being, well, not burnt out as such, but if I keep playing Vintage Story, I am going to burn myself out on it. I am very much a gamer that likes to swap between new games and play new things, rather than stick down for any game for any long period of time. And we've been going 90 hours actually? 90 hours in our Vintage Story campaign. So I want something fresh. But I'll worry about that next week, because the game I'm looking at doesn't come out till Tuesday, so it's likely not going to come out till after we've streamed on Tuesday. Anyway, start long campaign. I don't know how the UI is going to be. I have my scene auto changer enabled, and because of the type of game that is, it shouldn't cause too much of an issue. Well, I've got it active. I've not enabled it in the minute. It's in the background, waiting for me to press Control-0 to turn it on. How many success in battles is governed first by relative military tech level against the enemy forces, but defending forces get a bonus that is amplified when fighting in rugged terrain.
We remember the day the stars answered, the day we learned we were not alone. As a familiar sun rose on an unfamiliar universe,
Very strange.
some of us saw wondrous possibility and others existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't really believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty. In our ignorance, we fractured, taking refuge in our most primal emotions. Each of us saw what we wanted to see. Everyone loves heroes, depends on them, to save us from evil, lead us through darkness. Problem is, real heroes are always ignored. What no one understands is that being shot at is easy. The hard part is convincing someone they're drowning before it's too damn late.
Okay, that's good and bad for, I don't know whether or not the very Stellaris, the UI is stretched. You can't see it, but my frames per second overlay is covering all of this, so I may have to turn it off for this game. Or reposition it. Yeah, I have the overlay. Let me see if how much I can change the overlay. That's the turning it off. Performance monitor keys, top left. Can I shunt it down a little? I can make it more transparent, I suppose. Text scaling, contrast, saturation. Actually, no, I can't make it transparent, just the background. We will have to turn it off. Methinks. Or maybe move it. There's 3 space down on the bottom right, but I'm almost certain something's going to go down there. Maybe straight center middle will be fine. There's nothing there at the minute. And I suspect this element of the HUD is supposed to go here. Top center. There we go. Hopefully that's not going to be annoying to me. One moment, I need to take a quick screenshot of this. Just because apparently, in spite of how long this game's been early access, no one has bothered reporting its condition on the Widescreen Game Informed Discord. Actually, no. I'll take another screenshot in a bit. Welcome to the tutorial for Terra Invicta. This is the beginning of a standard campaign in the game at the difficulty you selected. The tutorial has 2 primary components which function independently of each other. Both components will be marked with tutorial icons. Tutorial objective. A set of objectives to guide you through the key aspects of gameplay. Some of these objectives can take years to accomplish, particularly specific steps to complete these objectives appear in the top view of the view. Specific. These will appear alongside your regular faction objectives that move the story along. Interface tutorials describe the various elements of your game, the game's interface, when you first open them. And these will help you understand the various tools you have to complete your goals. In addition, many of the game's mechanics are described in details in the codex, which can be opened by clicking the question mark button on many of the panels in-game. Note that the codex and these tutorials will equip you to play Terra Invicta, but they won't teach you how to win. Humanity is flying blind dealing with this unprecedented event. and you'll sometimes have to make decisions based on incomplete information and intuition. The campaign starts just before the first mission assignment phase, during which you will be given the first commands to your faction. To start playing, click continue after reading the notifications that appear. This will allow the in-game clock to proceed. UFO crashed on Earth. An alien vessel has crashed down at the Changchun region in China. That's probably poorly pronounced. My apologies. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. Select notification types for this event. Change settings for all. Push alerts, news feed, timer feed. Notifications in the top left of the screen under the resource bar. One sec, let me press that and then go like that, so I don't have to worry about this anymore. Now OBS tracks my cursor depending on which screen it's on. And if I do that too many times, it goes back to that for about 30 seconds. Okay.
Greetings, Commander. I am pleased to report the Council has appointed you leader of our organization. I am Fiona Ayawade, your Chief of Staff. While most of the world is reacting with fascination at the arrival of an alien species on Earth, we represent a small group who believes the aliens' crash landing and disappearance may signify a potential threat. We intend to build an international organization capable of investigating and, if necessary, combating any danger aliens may pose.
I recommend we send a counselor to investigate the crash site in the Changchun region as soon as possible. Other counselors may be best used in trying to gain influence in nations that may be able to contribute resources to our goals. You may review our objectives at any time by clicking the faction symbol in the top left-hand corner of your screen. So, that thing there.
Our council is made up of some of the Earth's best and brightest. They are capable, connected, and standing by for your orders.
Our councillors are our faction's primary way of interacting with the situation on Earth. Councillors can perform missions to expand our influence in Earth's nations, protect our interests worldwide, and investigate the alien arrival. Periodically, the game will enter the mission assignment phase, during which all factions will secretly assign their councillors to missions. Missions may target nations, control points, space facilities, and other councillors. After the mission assignment phase, missions will be resolved in a fixed sequence during the following days and weeks. Defensive missions will generally resolve before missions that are offensive in nature. While some missions are automatically successful, many are contested and require a successful role. After all councillors have been assigned missions, click the confirm assignment buttons. You will now be able to advance time forward, and missions will resolve automatically.
If we truly face the threat of invasion, we need to start organizing now. We are going to need global cooperation on a never-before-seen scale. I recommend we start tasking our councillors with gaining support in strategic positions of power across the globe.
Control points represent key nodes of political and economic power in a nation. They grant access to the nation's resources, control over its national priorities, and in some cases, command of one or more armies. Each nation has between 1 and 6 control points. The amount corresponds to the size of the nation's economy. Initially, all control points are neutral, but accept all factions. Initially, all control points are neutral, but expect all factions to target them early in the campaign. Neutral control points may be acquired by the Control Nation mission, while the Purge mission seizes control points from another faction. Control points in more powerful nations will be harder to acquire in all cases. The rightmost control point in the nation's control panel, called the Executive Control Point, also grants access to the Set National Policy mission, which allows initiating wars, forming alliances, and similar high-level national actions. Other councillors successfully carry out a control nation mission. This will grant our faction ownership of a control point in that nation.
Reports are still coming in, but it is clear that an alien object has crashed down on the planet. We should send a councillor to investigate the site as soon as possible.
Our first knowledge of the alien's arrival came when its spacecraft aerobraked in our upper atmosphere before crashing down in a remote territory and apparently self-destructing. We should send a councillor to the site to learn what we can. We have a councillor conducting the investigation, or have a councillor at each crash site. Welcome to Terra. Nope. A whole bunch of things just appeared on the right-hand side of the screen. Welcome to Terra Invicta. These tutorial windows will give an overview of your various systems in the game. As you navigate the UI for the first time, buttons for interface, terminal, or tutorials will appear to the right of your current tutorial objective. Click them to receive guidance on the currently open interface. Click the intro tutorial item for 12 Invicta's general UI.
This is your main command interface. From here, we can monitor developments across the globe and beyond, send our councillors on missions, direct research and development, and much more. Take some time to familiarise yourself with it.
Terra Invicta's general user interface is made up of a number of bars and panels which display along the top and the right side of the view. Okay, so the things that were over here have disappeared. There's a character portrait there a minute ago. The settings menu can be accessed here, where you can save your progress, exit the game, view the extremely useful codecs, and adjust graphical gameplay settings, etc. The objective window is reachable by clicking our faction symbol here, track all our current complete objectives. These are necessary to advance the story and discover what is behind the aliens' arrival in our solar system, and some unlock important abilities and bonuses for our faction. Tutorial objectives that guide you in performing your basic actions in Terra Invicta will also be tracked here. This portion of the top bar displays our current resources and income. Hover over each resource for more detail. Money, influence, and ops are vital for advancing our goals on Earth. Boost and mission control are for developing and expanding our space programs. Research unlocks new technologies for our factions, such as modules or weapons for our ships and hubs. The control point symbol indicates our capacity to manage the affairs of our nations. Money is used to build components on Earth or for our space program, acquire councillor orgs, conducting certain financial-oriented missions, and supporting our space assets. Money is gained from national funding, the spoils priority, orgs, councillor traits, hab modules, and the sale of space resources on Earth. Influence represents political capital and the ability to sway institutes and peoples to pursue our goals. Influence is gained from orgs, councillor traits, hab modules, and favourable global public opinion towards our faction's ideology. It is spent on maintaining our control points each month. Ops operations represents our ability to conduct small-scale combat and espionage operations. Ops are primarily gained from orgs, but can also come from councillor traits and certain hab modules on Earth's interface orbit. Each point of boost represents the capability to move 10 metric tons of material from Earth's surface to low Earth orbit via rocket launches and other conveyances. Boost can also deliver items to more distant destinations at a significant penalty. Boost is primarily generated from nations with an established space program, but it can also come from orgs. Mission Control accounts for all the staff and technical operation efforts that require our support and operation in space. Mission Control is granted primarily by ground-based facilities on Earth, but some orgs and hab modules also grant this resource. Insufficient mission control makes it much easier for other factions to seize our space assets and makes accidents far more likely. We may not build or acquire new habs if we do not have any mission control available. Excess mission control is converted to research income and money. Research represents the efforts of our scientists and engineers. Unlike other resources, it is not accumulated but immediately distributed according to our research priorities, which are divided between private engineering projects that only benefit our faction and global research into new principles and technologies. Research is generated by nations, councillors, orgs, and hab modules. Many councillors, orgs, and hab modules offer bonuses for specific research categories. Control point capacity counts towards our control points counted towards our control point capacity are displayed here. Owning control points over the cap will result in a daily influence penalty, which is reflected in our nation's influence income. Meanwhile, enemy missions targeting our control points will receive a bonus to their chance to succeed. We may abandon control points to reduce this cost, or research projects to increase our cap. This portion of the top bar displays our current space resources and income. These are used to develop and support our space assets without the expense of purchasing and launching their equivalent from Earth using Boost. Hover over each resource. More details. Water, volatiles, base metals, noble metals, and fissiles are all primarily acquired by developing mining facilities on space bodies other than Earth. Once we have established a presence beyond Earth's surface, steady income of these resources will be key to expanding further into the solar system. Tea. Sip tea. Okay, the navigation bar contains shortcuts to locations and management windows for Terra Invicta. Click this button to focus the view on Earth and activate the geoscape, showing national borders, armies, and alien-related phenomenon. Click this button to view or to focus the view on the wider solar system. Click this button to open the council window, where you can recruit and manage councillors and orgs, as well as review our faction's ledger and calendar. Our councillors are your chief agents on Earth and later throughout the space or solar system. By going on missions, they can rally nations to our cause, hunt for aliens, or interact with the operation of other factions, or interfere with the operation of other factions. Click this button to open the Nations window, which displays all national data in one place. You can also assign priority templates to nations in which you can own control points. Influencing the nations of Earth is one of the main ways of establishing geopolitical dominance with our faction. Click this button to open the Habitats window, where you can view details on ours and other factions, space stations, and surface bases. You can also manage construction of modules for existing habitats. Click this button to open Fleets window, where you can view all discovered fleets, examine an individual ship's details, design and view ship classes, and manage construction of our own ships, our faction ships. Research is vital to the progression of our faction's goals. Click this button to open the research and development window, where we can manage our faction's engineering projects and any contributions to collective global research priorities. Active faction modifiers, or active faction modifiers, and the tech tree can also be found here. Click this button to open the Intel window, which is a collection of data that our faction has discovered about the aliens and other factions, global trends on Earth, and any space bodies in the solar system. Check back frequently to assess our faction's current knowledge, which will help you make better decisions. Click this button to open the event summary window, where you can view recent recorded events in chronological order. Events are organized into various tabs, ranging from events relating to our faction to events relating to developments in space. And over here we have very much. Click the arrow or the drop-down menu here to change between various filters for Earth's geoscape. Each filter displays information about the Earth's region at a glance. For many filters, a green highlight reflects a relatively high or positive value of the region, while a red reflects a low or negative value. The Finder panel is a reference list of all councillors, habs, armies, and fleets that our faction controls. Double-click on any entry in the list to center its view on it. You can also filter the list using the toggle at the top of the panel. Click this button to open the search window, where you can search for various objects in the solar system and on Earth by name. You can also press or left control and F to open the search window at any time. Standard control. Use the time control. Use the time controls here to pause and resume game time, as well as adjust game speed. At times, the game will remain paused until you address an urgent matter. Hover over the controls to view what action is required before it can be reviewed. Advancing time is prohibited until you complete the mission assignment phase. You can click on the in-game clock to open the Set Alarm window, where you can create custom notifications that will appear at a specific time in the future. These custom alarms will also be tracked in their faction's calendars, which is accessible from the Counselor. Click this button to open the Codex Compendium. Is there not a short? There must be a shortcut for the Compendium. Just in general. Okay. To hide the interface tutorial temporarily, click the hide button. The tutorial icon will reappear next to the current tutorial objective at the top view. To dismiss the interface tutorial permanently, click the X button. You can reset all interface tutorials via the codex if you want to see them again. Okay. Nations, terrain. Let me just do that for a sec. Factions. Faction population. Population. Investment points. Okay. Basic filter. Population, size, speed of occupation. Yeah, that's what I was. Escape velocity. Actually, no, that's technically not escape velocity. It's delta V to orbit. Assuming that's probably a favorites button. Power available from the sun. It's almost certainly going to tell me to get a research thing in a minute anyway. Okay, right mouse buttons. And then roll around. Oh, do we start in the UK? Because that's one of our characters. Makes sense that Russia is attacking Ukraine. This is effectively set in current world time, which means we should not anticipate the US to be a reliable ally unless it significantly benefits them. Because that's just what their president wants. So yeah, I should assume the current world politics is going to play into it, which means buddying up with China, while probably the best idea, likely to annoy the UK and Europe to a certain degree, depending on which part of the UK or Europe. Because this is basically the manufacturer base of the world at the minute. Everything gets, or almost everything gets made here. There is stuff in Europe. If I can get an alliance between Europe and China, then that probably immediately becomes the world power. But it will absolutely piss off the United States. I would assume, maybe. I'm applying real world logic to a video game, but then Russia and Ukraine are at war. Okay. Select a counselor mission. Judge spy. Okay. Let me. Said I was going to post something on the Widescreen Gaming forum, so we will do.
This is our counselor's dossier. Here you can view a counselor's missions, attributes, traits, monthly incomes, and organizations. Different types of counselors will be able to conduct different types of missions.
Okay, the counselor details display, or when display the full dossier of one of the counselors. This panel contains the basic information about the counselors, such as their appearance, professions, hometown, as well as the amount of experience points they have. Going on missions grants experience, and a rolling of success on a contested mission grants more. On this screen, where you may also manage orgs, arguments, or dismiss our counselor, or change their name, appearance, and voice. When a counselor gains enough experience, click here to open the Augments panel and spend experience to increase a counselor's attributes or modify their traits. Click here to open their customization, where you can alter the name, appearance, and voice. It's no longer suited to our goals, dismiss them. Click the arrows to cycle through the dossier of our council members. Click the Go To button in the middle to close the council emergency center on the council location. Traits are specific characteristics and modifiers that affect a councillor's attributes, income, and other things. Many provide conditional bonuses to missions, while others can have drawbacks that restrict the councillor in some way. Hover over. Good for espionage. Not very loyal, but good at persuasion. Espionage when being detected by other countries. Grants. Mission grants control nation. Loss averse. Suffers loyalty for every crewed, non-automated, hab belonging into the faction that is destroyed. Large habs will cause greater loss. This person public's persona conceals someone who is able to implement enemy space installations without fear of identification. Can access enemy tier 1 habitats and ships. Is that a minus? +1 to espionage when being detected by another councillor. This panel displays the councillor's attributes. Hover over each attribute to view more detail. Attribute scores can range from 0 to 25. Apparent loyalty. The loyalty attribute determines how likely the councillors are to betray their faction to another. This value displayed is normally an estimate based on the councillor's behaviour. The councillor's actual loyalty may only be discovered by investigating this councillor, possibly multiple times. Security ability, survive violence. Provides tempt the councillor. Provides malaises to some missions attempted against this councillor. This councillor's unmodified stats is 5. Orgs providing 0 security. Attribute Renox 25. Country attribute Navix. Councillor's ability to investigate and analyze phenomenon to derive new understanding and new understanding of the universe and inhabit it. Each point increases councillor's income from research income by 1%, and every 5 points increases the monthly chance of unlocking a project by 1%, and the faction's overall chance of unlocking challenging projects by 1%. High science scores will also help defend our interests against alien scientific activity. This councillor's unmodified stat is 1. The ability to manage a large organisation. Each point of administration is 1. To this councillor's money income. And adds 1% to this character's money income and allows you to control 1 additional org tier. And increases the faction's control point capacity by 1. Command represents this councillor's ability to organize and lead combat operations. Each point of command increases the councillor's op range by 1% and increases the faction's control point capacity by 1. Councillor's ability to move in secret and conduct covert operations. High espionage makes councillors much harder to attack by enemy factions. This councillor's unmodified stat value is 9. Councillor's org provides a total of 0. Investigation of the councillor's ability to discover information someone would prefer to keep hidden. In addition, as serving as primary stat for a number of missions, this also determines the councillor's chance of sighting enemy councillors. Persuasion is the ability to shape the opinions of others around you. It is crucial to gain support in other nations. Each point in persuasion increases the councillor's influence generated by 1% and increases the faction's control point capacity by 1. This panel displays the resources that the councillor generates. A negative value indicates a monthly upkeep for that resource. The first engineering project granted from any of our councillors unlocks an additional slot for our faction to research projects. in the research and development window. Additional engineering projects beyond the first provide bonuses to the research for our factions projects, increasing the rate at which they are completed. So that's that specifically, and we know what the rest of that is. So many things. This panel displays a list of missions that this councillor can perform. The symbol to the right of each mission indicates the resource is spent to conduct the mission. The column of numbers to the right of the mission's name displays the number of members in our council that are capable of conducting that mission. Try to maintain a balanced council to ensure that we can execute the necessary missions and achieve our goals. Toggle missions for automated mode. Toggle this checkbox here to manage and set the missions that the councillor will conduct if the automate missions option is enabled. Checkboxes will appear in the list below to limit the number of missions that the councillor can assign themselves to. Hello, Nah. This panel displays displays any orgs that are currently assigned to our councillor. Organizations can be assigned to a councillor with sufficient administrative ability and are one of the main ways to improve their capabilities. Orgs can grant bonuses to attributes, income, research, as well as grant access to new missions. Orgs are rated in tiers represented by the number of stars next to the org's icon. Councillors may manage one org tier per point in the administrative attribute, up to a maximum number which is displayed in the top of the panel. Select this tab to display the org marketplace, where you can view a pool of orgs that are currently available for purchase. Click an org's icon to view its details. When an org is available in the panel, right-click or drag and drop the org into the panel above to purchase and assign it to the current councillor. Orgs that are dimmed are not available to be purchased by the currently displayed councillor. Demeter project. What are the numbers? Select this tab to view the pool of unassigned orgs that are owned by our faction but not assigned to our councillors. These orgs provide no benefit but can still be stolen by our enemies. If a councillor is killed or dismissed, their assigned orgs are relocated here. Assigning orgs from this pool to a councillor costs a small transfer fee. To unassign an org from a councillor the pool, drag it into there. Careful, other factions will find it easier to poach orgs from our unassigned pool. There's also a limit to the number of orgs we can hold in this pool. Unassigning an org into the marketplace will sell the org instead. Our faction's orgs can be managed from the orgs management tab as well. You're better at persuasion, you're better at administration. Feel strong homeland will suffer a massive penalty of loyalty if their home region is hit with a nuclear weapon. Persuasion when in home nation, security when in home nation. Grants access to orgs not available to other countries. Okay, so these are the only two we have. Mission, grant, steel project, monthly income, influence. Influence, monthly income of espionage. Information science research, hostile, takeover defense free. God, we've only in one tab of this and it's already gone through so much. Let's click the next button. Actually, let's not, because that should come back, because we've not done anything with it yet. Okay. Select a mission to assign our counselor from the mission interface at the bottom center of the view. Bottom center of which view? Because there's nothing down here. Geoscape. I assume that's the crash site. I don't want to push this because it sounds like confirming that I've got no assignments. Okay, there we go. We need to actually select them from over here. Control nation, crackdown, purge, defend interests, national puzzle, stabilize nation, investigate counselor, go to ground, orbit. Investigate alien activity. Which of you...
Standing by. Your orders?
They have the better investigation stat. And the better security stat. If I go back to... Oh. There, the tooltip isn't there. To move in secret, conduct covert operations. Okay, I think we send them after the alien crash site because that's one of our required things. So we'll assign you to investigate that.
On the way to the target site. Your orders?
Okay, it's automatically swapped me over to the next one. Coup d'etat, public campaign, increase invest, sabotage facilities, survey location, investigate counselor. I mean, trying to gain control of that region. Size of economy. Okay, so trying to gain control of. Where do you have selected at the minute? Okay, that's just the entire thing. It's not that I want to get a control nation, I want to gain a control point. Is what I thought I was trying to do. Gain an open control point in a nation. Oh, maybe there are no open control points in the nation. Or in China. faction control. Can I get a legend? I kind of assume that no one has control of anywhere in the minute. At least that's what I was assuming. So the fact there's no chance to gain a control point in China is weird, given how much is here. No chance of gaining a control point in the United Kingdom. Getting a foothold in Europe may be the best plan then. Because I imagine this is all going to be 0 as well. Gain control of Greenland. This is not strategically useful at the moment. Once a faction has accumulated a significant amount of control in multiple nations, additional control point influence cost per month to maintain. Carry down purge missions against the faction's control point will receive a bonus. That is half off the screen. Clicking on an available mission will keep their assignment details displayed so that a target, if more than one is available, can be chosen. You can switch to a different type of mission to review different lists of targets. Contested missions rely on a particular attribute score, also known as a stat. You select persuasion. Current target set image is indicating the valid target of the mission. You can also hold control and click the various targets on the geoscape to view all missions available to our counselors for that target. A list of possible missions and their base success chance will appear on the right-hand side for that target. If targeting a region or nation hold control, you can click to target again to cycle between mission lists for the region and the nation. Certain missions allow you to spend additional resources for an increased chance. Adjust the slider here, change the amount of resources spent. The resources spent will depend on the attribute related to that mission. Positive effects that boost the success chance are listed here. Penalties that reduced the success of the mission are listed here. The overall success chance of the mission is displayed here in term here, influenced by the bonuses, penalties, and resource slider. Changing conditions in the world can cause a mission success chance to change even after you confirm assignments. This is most common for missions targeting other factions' councillors. The latest success chance for that mission will be visible beneath the councillor's icon on the geoscape. When you are satisfied with the details, click here to assign a mission to select the councillor. The assignment will be carried out in the coming weeks. You can also reassign councillors to different missions during the mission assignment phase without penalty. Click here to turn on control mission assignments over to the selected councillor. The councillor will automatically be assigned a mission from a limited set of missions phase, etc. If necessary, you can abort the current mission using this button. The button will appear here. The faction will recover any resources spent at assignment. When you have assigned all available councillors in the mission, click the confirm assignment to end the mission assignment phase. You'll be allowed to move time forward again, and will be alerted when a mission resolves. Okay. So yeah, we can't do anything in China at the minute. We need to boost our influence somehow. In terms of gaining control, which I believe was one of our missions. The objectives window provides a list of factions' current and previously achieved objectives. During the campaign, each faction will have one or more objectives to fulfill at any given time. Completing objectives will lead to uncovering information about the aliens and their true purpose in our solar system. Objectives can also unlock special research projects and orgs for a faction. Factions cannot be entirely eliminated. In Terra Invicta, they have emerged from the beliefs of the people of Earth. People can be swayed and organization structures removed, but the ideas cannot fully die. This may prove more beneficial for our faction, or it may prove more beneficial for our faction to focus on completing our goals rather than stopping the progress of others. Objectives are grouped into 4 categories: tutorial, campaign, general, completed. Data selection objective. Okay. At the uncertainty of arrival of aliens, we have the opportunity. I think I've already read that. Have a councillor conduct a nation or control nation purge coup and unrest missions to gain control once the if necessary employ armies to invade enemy nations. Okay, I think what we'll do instead then, if China is not an option, let's see if we can't gain control of Europe, of which the UK is not a part. So Switzerland is actually not part of the EU. It is probably better to try and get some of the easier targets first. Unless we can do something like get Germany, France, Italy, or Spain. Just because Germany and France are have fairly good economic bases, which is why they're so hard to do anything with in a minute. Is it Switzerland that's not part of the EU? Yeah, Switzerland's not part of the EU. Austria is. In spite of the fact that it's going to put me in direct conflict with Russia, I think we'll target Finland. Just because they potentially have one of the better armies. If it follows real-world logic. Because they've been on the border of Russia for God knows how long. And live in constant fear of Russia trying to attack, so... Full democracy, peaceful... GDP... They don't really have a space program, which is going to become important. Monthly investment points. Funding. I have no idea what I really should be prioritizing. I guess we will find out the hard way. Norway isn't in the EU. I did not know that. Sweden has a better research base. I don't know whether or not that text is going to be readable. Slightly better GDP. Can I move that window? Nope. Core economic region. Core economic region. Core economic regions grant bonuses to the nation's economic priority. Strange. Finland does not have that. Core economic region. Resource region. Grants bonuses to national priorities, but also grants greater investment and inequality and environmental damage. Okay, we should try to grab something that has something. Which is a better investment between that and these. 16 billion, 11 billion people, 1 million people. Okay, Austria has a better economy. Public opinion. Okay, so that's what the faction colors are. Red is humanity first. Blue is the resistance. Does that mean that... No. Just the nation color. Okay, we should find somewhere, in that case, we should try and find somewhere that has a decent public opinion of us. Is there a way to filter by that? Faction popularity, faction control, investment points, control points. No, at least not by that. I suppose as it stands, there isn't really much need for a resistance, given the fact that the aliens haven't attacked yet. Mongolia. Servants. Humanity first. I don't actually know. I'm just assuming humanity first is more a kind of stick our heads in the ground affair. Not our problem. Why do we have to worry about aliens? They're not attacking us. I could be wrong on that, but that's just the feeling I get from it. Latin America appears to be where we have our best initial support. But it's still maybe better for us to... at least Mexico. Oh, that's why, because our leaders, they're from Mexico. So that's where our best initial support is. And we are basically terrible everywhere else. So maybe we shouldn't be focusing on where we have support and just focus on getting support elsewhere. So let's send you after this, and let's give you a bit better chance of success.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
We should make every effort to understand the nation's social and economic situation so we can best direct its development to support our efforts.
If a nation belongs to a federation, its name will be displayed here. Federations are a collection of the nations in permanent alliance with one another and also share research and boost income. If a selected nation is the lead nation of its federation, it is marked with a star. I wonder if that would be France or Germany. Or maybe it's just wherever... was it Copenhagen? No, that's Brussels. Maybe it's just wherever the seat of power is, which would be Brussels for the Europe. Control points represent the political and economical power in a nation, such as control of its legislature, mass media. A nation may have up to 6 control points based on its size and economy. Hovering over a control point to view more details. One of the main goals of our council is to gain control points in a nation useful to our cause. Faction ownership of a control point is represented by the faction symbol displayed on it. A symbol-colored circle indicates when a faction is taking control of that control point. The rightmost control point is the nation's executive control point, which typically can only be targeted for control by a faction already owning at least one other control point in the nation. The executive control point grants control over the nation's foreign relations and policies. Some councillor missions target control points directly. When assigning these types of missions, you can click on any control point to display the... You just select the target mission. This section displays the nation's government and unrest scores as well as its annual GDP. Hover to view more details. Government and unrest scores are represented in a range from 0 to 10, while GDP is displayed in a scale of billions. This section displays the selected nation's military, or militech, military technology. Oh right, I didn't notice that. No navies. This nation has not completed the initial nuclear program priority and cannot stockpile. Number of armies. Hover over each more detail. I can explore. This displays the nation's economic details and shares the income granted to our faction. If we have ownership of a control point in the nation, a nation's production is distributed proportionally to owners of a nation's control points. A nation's production is made up of its investment points, funding, monthly research, and monthly boosts, emission control. Hover over each icon to the left for more details. If an active nation is part of a federation, this section will also display the portion of the federation's pooled funding and boosts allocated to the members of the nation. The Federation values are used in place of the domestic values when calculating the faction's share of income from the nation. Investment points represent the nation's monthly income or monthly economic surplus. This value displays the nation's GDP and reduces the number of... the value displayed here is set by the nation's GDP and is reduced by the number of armies in its field. High levels of unrest in other faction factors. These points can be allocated by a faction owning control points in the nation for its priorities tab. The funding value is direct cash flow the nation provides each month. Research value. Actually, there's some unrest in there. It'll become an education level and scores in coherence, democracy, and unrest. Okay. Nation's booth production in decatons per month. Control points in a nation with an established base program are generally considered more valuable due to their pre-existing boost production. Mission control. Information about the people and general welfare of the nation is represented by their values reflecting the population, a score reflecting the nation's economy or environmental sustainability, as well as these scores that represent the nation's demographics. Alongside this is a pie chart displaying the nation's public opinion of each faction. Hover over to learn more. I should have just clicked this rather than trying to figure it out. The nation's per capita GDP is a gross domestic product, yes, divided by its population. It represents the economic condition of the average citizen in the nation. Nations with low per capita GDP will be facing higher unrest, while people's needs are not met. Investing in an economic priorities can increase the GDP of a nation. Conflict, population loss, and climate change are among things that can cause a nation's per capita GDP to decrease. The nation's sustainability score represents its ability to prevent emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere from the economic activity within its borders. It represents the offset of expected emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide based on the nation's GDP, population, and presence of oil resources in the region. High sustainability scores reduce greenhouse gas production by the nation's economy. once sustainability reaches a value of 10, the nation prevents all emissions of greenhouse gases, and further investment starts removing them from the atmosphere. Nation's educational value is a score based on the average years of schooling. Opposites to the nation. Nations with a higher education score produce more research and are more resistant to extreme propaganda, but gain less coherence from the unity priority. Nation inequality is a measure of how wealth and income is distributed in the nation. A high score means that the nation doesn't have doesn't have much of a middle class. Inequality grows by a little as a product of normal economic activity, economic priority, or by a lot because of corruption. Spoils priority. Resource regions in a nation can also contribute to its inequality. High inequality reduces coherence as the nation divides into haves and have-nots. It is countered by invested in welfare priority. A nation's cohesion represents the level of unity and conflict among the people of a nation. High values describe a unified society with little deviation or dissent. Middle values represent a diverse society that is both middle values both internal conflicts and a healthy creative counterculture. Middle low value represents a high degree of political polarization, and the lowest value means that the nation's peoples are fragmented, or even tribal. I am curious as to what the value has been assigned to the US. I'll have a look at that in a second. And the UK for that matter. It's not as bad in the UK as it is in the US, but it's certainly getting worse. Thanks, GB News. You're really helping. High values of unrest in... High values keep unrest in check and increases the nation's ability to resist occupation. Middle values provide a bonus to national research production, representing a robust, if messy, workplace of ideas. Low values will rapidly increase unrest. Cohesion is lowered by the number of factors, such as high inequality. I don't know that word. It's not anarchy. Anarchy. It's close. High inequality anarchy having lots of regions or a large population, destruction of armies, and a large difference between public opinion and the ideology of control point owners. Cohesion is increased by wars, autocracy, and the unity priorities, and more. Democracy in a nation also influences cohesion by pulling it towards a middle value. This chart represents public opinion of the nations towards aliens. Support for particular ideologies grants an influence income to the corresponding faction, which also grants the faction bonuses when attempting to gain and maintain control of the nation through control points. The public campaign mission will shift opinions in the nation to our faction's favour. Committing atrocities will shift it away from our faction. The button. If our faction has an executive control over a nation, you may launch nuclear strikes against its enemies. With a button that appears here. Nuclear strikes do horrific damage to the region and infrastructure, and thereafter count as an atrocity. We may use nuclear strikes against invading armies on our soil, or we may also use nuclear strikes against invading armies on our soil. In this case, we are able to somewhat limit the collateral damage. Clicking on the tabs here to view additional important information about the sections of selected nation. When we have ownership of any control point in the nation, we can use the priorities tab to control the nation's focus are the economic focus of the nation. If a faction has executive control of the nation, you may assign a councillor to the set national policy mission targeting the nation. By setting national policy, we can direct nations to go to war, enter or leave federations, cede territory, and more. Click the Policies tab to view what national policies are available to the nation. Click here for any reason if you no longer wish to control a nation and would like to abandon all our factions' control points in the nation. Control points will receive the equivalent effect of a crackdown mission. They provide no direct benefits and are easier for other factions to purge, but cost nothing against our control point cap. This option is helpful for when we are over our control point cap and wish to avoid the ensuing penalties. Toggle the auto renew abandon checkpoint to keep the control point after this state. To keep the control point in this state until unchecked. And the abandon priority expires. The region status displays information about the various regions in the nation, as well as the region the nation has claims to. Each entry displays the region name and ongoing occupational status. If any population boosts... Hello, Water Lemon. I'm still doing the tutorial stuff. I've not even started the timer yet. We've been going for an hour. Each entry displays the region name, ongoing occupational status, if any population, boost production, mission control, use, and capacity. The flags of other nations that have claims in the regions. A nation may take control of the region if it has a claim through the warfare, unification, or secession movements. Some claims are considered hostile and cannot be readily acquired by the claimant, even if both nations have good relations with one another. The relationship tab, information section, I can probably guess what that is. Wars, rivals, managed relations, if we have executive control. While most nations field defense forces, armies are large expeditionary forces capable of occupying territory in other nations. If the selected nation has any armies, the armies tab will appear here, listing the armies of that nation, their current location and their home region, and other information about their combat capabilities. Hover over any other entry in the view for more details. Faction control of an army is based on owning the corresponding control points of that army. Control points may be provided by controlling multiple armies in a nation. If the selected nation has any councillors located within its region that we are aware of, the councillors tabs will appear here displaying basic information about them. Okay, let's... Curiosity compels us. Fractious is what they're set to. Which is pretty low, one assumes. Can it go negative? Yeah, I've got an open hotkey script that's keeping track of where my mouse is. If I do it multiple times quickly, it does that. But in a game like this, it's kind of required, otherwise I have to manually keep track of wherever the cursor is and what screen I'm looking at. In lieu of any better options, I still think getting some sort of a foothold in Europe is probably a good idea, but I'm curious about... Okay, they don't have any navies, but they have capacity for navy. Finland do. Okay. Didn't I already go over councillors?
Information about our currently selected councillor appears in the bottom right of the screen. Their available missions can be found in the bottom centre of the screen.
Okay, so this bit we've already figured out, I think. Other factions' icons will appear on the right-hand side of the portrait if our councillor is aware they have been detected by that faction's forces. Click on the Go To button to center on the map. Understanding the councillor's strengths and weaknesses is key to success, which we've already done. Missions available selecting transparent. They are not a valid target. Or no valid targets, rather. Okay, so yeah, we had already figured that. After all councillors have been assigned to a mission, which we've already done, we can click Confirm Assignments. We have completed the assignment control mission. We should assign our councillors to new missions during each mission assignment phase. These will occur weekly at the start of the campaign, but will occur less frequently as time passes. You can increase the game speed to progress more quickly using the time controls in the corner. Okay.
Our researchers are asking for your guidance in directing their efforts.
Okay, research team, or research in Terra Invicta, is divided into two categories: global research and faction engineering projects. All factions may contribute up to 3 simultaneous global research techs, which represents a worldwide effort to advance the understanding of broad scientific principles. Once it is completed, it will unlock new projects for factions to research. The faction that contributes the most to a particular global research tech at the time it completes selects the next one for the world to pursue. Faction engineering projects are pursued privately by each faction and typically confer a concrete benefit. Each faction distributes its research income across global efforts and private projects. While putting all research into a single area may seem or see it completed sooner, this will forego many faction bonuses tied to a particular area of research. Navigate to the Research and Development tab in the Research window and change the priority settings for one of our global techs or faction projects by clicking on the cycler for that research.
On the left-hand side of your interface is the newsfeed. It will keep you apprised of important events. Some time-sensitive updates about our operations will also appear in the top left of your screen.
This has not paused the game, I don't think. But then I think the game is currently playing in real time. Looking at the timer. Notifications of recent events will appear in the newsfeed. Hover over each one to view a description. Click in the center. Click the center to view the relevant location or open relevant window. Right click to dismiss the news item. To dismiss the backlog. Certain timer-based notifications. Certain time-based notifications, like when a hab module or construction or when a defense interest mission expires, will also appear here in a shorter time feed. That's useful because this is out of my direct line of sight. So I'm glad that this is here. Notifications may also appear in the event summary window. Notifications. Which we've sorted. Actually, no, we haven't sorted that. We've completed that. We've done that. We've gone component resistance. Alien craft special. Okay. Back to this.
This is the research screen. The top 3 charts show what the global scientific community is working on. The bottom charts show what council engineering projects we are privately pursuing. We can direct our researchers to prioritize any or all of these options.
The aliens have arrived, which has caused a flurry of new ideas from the scientific community. The Research tab displays progress on collecting global research efforts, as well as the private projects our faction is pursuing. The three panels in the top row display global research, which is representing ongoing worldwide investigations into various technologies, techs. These are broad scientific principles, the benefit of which will be shared among humanity. All factions may elect to contribute to some or all their research income to each tech. The faction who contributes the most to a specific tech will choose the next one to complete. The bottom row displays our faction's active projects. Unlike the... I think that is supposed to be global. It's the way that it's being cut off. It looks like a C and an I. It's going to be very hard to see. Global research projects are internal to our faction, but they require research income to complete as well. Projects provide tangible benefits such as resources, new ships, or hab modules, or access to weapons. Project availability is primarily determined by what global research is being completed. The more you contribute to global research, the more likely you will have quick access to these projects they unlock, to the projects they unlock. While some objectives and other projects are crucial to our advancement, others should be considered optional and should be pursued only if we meet a pressing need or offer a substantial increase in capabilities. You will not need to complete research in every propulsion system or reactor to win the game. You must acquire a project providing org and hab module to be able to run multiple faction projects simultaneously. This is a priority cycler. Click or right click to increase or decrease the priority of each active research. Our research income is spent proportionally across all research efforts based on their set priority level. Our faction gains bonuses to research for contributing to multiple techs. Our faction gains bonuses to research for contributing to multiple techs and projects simultaneously. So I'm assuming that means it is better for the Resistance to spread their technology out, or tech out, to some degree at least. That's what that implies. These bars display the research income already contributed to each tech or project and how close it is to completion. Global research will display the amount of research income each faction has contributed and who is currently the research leader for each tech. Click this button to display the effect of research in the tech or the project. Click this button to open the tech tree tab and navigate to the current tech being researched. The tech tree is where you can look ahead and plan future research pursuits. You can also enter the tech tree from the tab at the top of the window. Okay, there. Click this button to open the Select Engineering Project sub-window, where available projects for our faction will be listed. Any newly selected project will replace an active project. Any research project on that project is replaced will be preserved, so feel free to switch and prioritize projects as needed. Okay. Sociologists consider what the alien arrival means for humanity's institutions, the consolidation and advancement of aerospace surveillance systems. This is probably the one that we want to get as our faction. We have learned how to live and thrive in the vacuum. If we are the Resistance, then knowing where the aliens are and being able to do something about that sounds like the best option. Let's get details. Completion may unlock the following technologies and projects for research. Clandestine cells. This is a requirement for the following global techs. Okay. Let me pause that for a moment, because I want to do that temporarily. Audience research. We studied a new way to influence the public. Probably something we do need more of. We'll finish by the end of the year. Audience research. Which grants us more influence. It just gives us influence rather than influence income. This is a repeatable project. Are these all repeatable? Increases by 100 each time. Okay, yeah. So yeah, these are giving us resources. And they're repeatable. So yeah, that's probably the best one to start with anyway. Probably. No idea. We'll find out. Look at the tech trees. That's not simple. Can I zoom in and out on this? We can. Okay, that's still readable. Okay, this should be right-click drag. Just because the world is right-click drag. So these are our 3 starting techs. Allows all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn. Immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. So yeah, these are the repeatable ones. These are ones we just start with. I assume that we would probably have to research these if we started in 2022. This is a mess. There's no way you could look at this without saying that this is a mess. Look at it. That's useful though. Okay, good. We can click a thing and it will show us the things that are required for the thing. And we can set a research target. Okay, good to know. This is a bit too much to be worrying about at the minute. Poultry. So, okay, yeah. High energy lasers, these are already unlocked. This is a requirement for the laboratory. This is a requirement for the following projects. So it's split between technology and projects. Photonic computing, biotechnology, augmented reality, mission to Mars, ultraviolet combat laser, okay. Bit too much to be worrying about at the minute. hopefully we remember that this is here. Can't really plan ahead when we don't even have one technology done yet. So, yeah. Okay.
Our current councillors are stretched thin. I recommend we expand the council.
Faction councillors are the backbone of our political items. Growing a council will allow us to undertake more missions simultaneously. Councillors have a variety of attribute backgrounds, available missions, and traits. Build a council that can handle a variety of tasks that will help us keep pace with the other factions. But it is advisable to recruit. Several councillors with the ability to gain control points in nations. Councillor candidates whose professions have affinity to our faction's goals will generally cost less influence to recruit. Recruit and maintain 5 councillors. We've already gone through this window. Or at least council window. We can only afford 2 of them at the minute. Well, we can only afford 1 of them. List of recruitable candidates for our council is displayed here. Click on any council candidate in the list to open their dossier. Within a candidate's dossier, you can view their starting traits, attributes, monthly income, and the list of missions they would be capable of performing for our faction. This panel contains basic information about the candidates, such as appearance, profession, hometown, as well as the influence cost to recruit them. When you think you have found a candidate that would be an asset to our cause, click here to recruit them. Create a special customer. Yeah, we know this bit, we know this bit, we know this bit, and we know that bit. So we have 2 options. An officer who has a few things that we currently do not have access to and can control nation. And a scientist. I think a scientist is probably more valuable at this point. And get the officer next. Sabotage project, steal project. Investigation, persuasion. Does have control nation. They're both pretty loyal. Spends a lot of money on gratification, monthly income. Loss averse. Affluent. Makes a good living, monthly income. Okay, so these cancel out each other almost entirely. Increases science income. Influential among elites, but well known enough to sometimes attract unwanted attention. To espionage when being detected by other councillors. Okay, you give me a lot of research. You give me a lot of nothing. I think at this point, we take you.
Commander, I'd like to introduce you to the Council. Take some time to familiarize yourself with our councillors. They are the backbone of our organization.
Okay. Council window serves as our hub for managing factions. Here in the council tab, each of our councillors are located and shown in the panel along with their attributes, incomes, locations, and any missions they are assigned to. Up to 2 enemy councillors who we have persuaded to spy for our faction will be shown in the 2 cards at the bottom right. So we can have 6 councillors total, and then 2 spies. Click on the portrait of the council node and the council detail. We know all that. Go to button. Click here to prompt members of our council to provide more advice to advance our faction's goals. Councillors are vital to progression, recruiting, org management, which I imagine is going to come up in a bit. It hasn't yet. Plan large swaps of orgs between councillors. Our faction pools from automatically without immediately committing. The tab reviews all orgs owned by our faction and assigns our councillors. You can also plan out larger swaps of orgs between councillors from our faction pool and from the org marketplace without immediately committing the resource expenditures required. This tab is to review our faction's income, expenses, and research benefits. The monthly ledger is useful for determining whether certain assets are a drain on our faction's resources. Calendar. Org management window allows you to oversee and exchange our orgs in our faction across a number of different locations. This tool is helpful when our council owns a large number of orgs and you wish to optimize which orgs are assigned and which councillors, or to which councillors for maximum benefits. All orgs can move, there's a word missing there. All orgs can moved. I didn't read that wrong. I speak English and bad English, that's bad English. All orgs can be moved. There's a B missing from that. Using the drag and drop to relocate them. Hover over any org to view additional details. Our councillors are displayed in the list in the panel here. Each councillor displays their administration stat up to 25, the number of orgs they have equipped, along with an overview of their attributes, mission, and traits. Hover over any attribute, available mission, or trait for more information. Click here to expand or collapse our councillors' list of assigned orgs. Councillors assigned orgs list must be expanded in order to assign or unassign orgs from that councillor. Click here to bring the councillor to the top of the list. All available orgs in the marketplace are displayed here. Drag and drop. If you attempt to assign an org to a councillor that is not eligible to be managed by that org, the councillor's panel will be outlined in red, and the org will not be designated as purchased. Any orgs that are faction owns but are not currently assigned. Total cost of the changes. Okay. Click here to revert all designated changes to purchase. Click here to convert all designated changes. Orgs. Negative value indicates that you are receiving more resources than you are spending. We've not been told to do anything with orgs yet. I mean, this is self-explanatory, but we'll click the button anyway. Breakdown of factions' incomes. Click on the icon, the header to sort the ledger. Entities corresponding benefits. Icons with no highlights indicate income, while icons highlighted red indicate an upkeep cost. Oh, I see. There's multiple different ones. Is there a total listed? Ah, right. I'm reading this sideways. I'm kind of expecting total to be up here along the line, but no, it's the opposite way around. Our faction's assets are listed in this column. Can I put total on the bottom? I prefer total just to be down here pinned. Because I imagine there's going to be a scroll bar on this eventually. Just pin it at the bottom and scroll the top bit. Is what I want. That's how I want it to work. That's not how it works though. Can I make it work that way? I've not looked at the options. Click on the named assets to expand and view breakdowns, where the total entry displays the summary of all combined incomes and expenditures of the factions. Okay. Use these buttons to expand it. Okay, so it's also given the skill that's coming from them. Okay, they're going to be done by the 5th and the 6th. Mission assignment up next, mission assignment phase is there. Okay, displays information of upcoming events. Possible events include dates related, blah, blah, blah. Regularly occurring events that affect all factions will be tracked here. These include dates of upcoming mission assignments. So that's that lot. I imagine this is a button I can press to set a timer. It's probably going to tell me. Drop down here to view different calendar months, years. You can also view up to 4 years into the future, which is great for long-term planning. Click here to return to the calendar, to the current month. Click here to set an alarm for when you can create a custom notification, which will appear in the future. These custom alarms will be added to our factions calendar display. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's just as we're going along. Research that we are not alone. This is a requirement for clandestine sales project. Once the global research for the tech is complete, clandestine will become available after some time. Clandestine sale project. Once it becomes available, this allows us to recruit a 5th counselor. Okay, I can see why you would want to prioritize that. But I imagine other factions will be prioritizing that anyway, so we should prioritize the thing that our faction cares most about, which is resisting the aliens. And for that, we need to know where the fuck they are. Information is valuable. Being able to do something useful with that information, that's a skill I need to learn to get. Okay, unpause the game. Okay. It hasn't told us to, but I feel like we should. Can I afford both of these? We can. That's going to give us monthly income, as will that. And it's a lot of monthly income, given we have so little. I think that's something we should probably just do now, whether the game tells us to or not. Who's going to be most efficient, effective at running it, though? You. And you should probably have that. And then you should get that eventually. Random space platform. Game paused itself again. Habitats. We're not worried about that at the moment. What are the hotkeys for increase and decrease in time? Plus and minus? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We know nothing. Okay, that's a minute a second. That's an hour a second. I'll put it to a minute a second while I just parse this, because this I imagine is going to be useful information.
This is the nation's screen. From here, we can keep tabs on all nations we have control points in, or view data on all the nations on Earth. This information should prove useful in directing our councillors' missions and in directing the priorities of nations under our control.
Again, out of curiosity, I want to see, because now that I can see both of these and it shows us the trend lines, that's unrest is going up and cohesion's going up. I want to check what they set the United States to. I've got to imagine they set things to where the political situation is on Earth at the time of the game's release. Click on any column header here to sort by a list of columns. Hover over a nation's control points or any of the other entries to learn about that value in the nation. Click on the Go To button to go to it. If you have any control points, if you have any control over a nation's control points, you can select to apply a priority template from the control points here. Control point capacity, panel summary, factions capacity to possess control points, including the breakdown of how. Okay, out of interest, China, United States, India, Germany, Japan, United Kingdom. Makes sense. Interesting. Didn't expect your Russia to be quite so high up on that, but that's fine. Cohesion is very low. Unrest is going down though. Public opinion. Okay, this would have been more useful earlier. Spain. Public opinion of us in Spain is pretty good, and Mexico. So we should put some effort into getting into Spain then. And that shows us general public opinion. How's that sorting by? Oh, it's... No, I was going to say it's sorting by undecided, but no, that's not it. I'm not sure how that's sorting. It shows us whoever is the highest. Oh, okay. That's... I wonder if that's even useful. It's sorting by countries that have the highest opinion of any particular faction. Or the lowest opinion of any particular faction. So these are probably the most undecided because they don't have a particularly strong opinion one way or another. This bit is probably more useful than this bit is. Again, I'm curious as a Brit how they signed this. Cohesion is on the way up, unrest is on the way up. Cohesion is middling, little below middle. Okay, that's reasonable. I can't disagree with that, really. Okay. So that's that. Can't do anything with Habs at the minute, I assume. We'll open the interface. International Space Station. Tangon Space Station. It's not actually giving us any information about this. But we have no launch capacity anyway, so what are we going to do with it? And yeah, there's no help window for this either, but again, as it stands, not really much we can do about this. Build a space dock or a large hab to assemble habs. So maybe the tutorial windows for those will become available when we can actually do something with them. It's probably the plan. Okay, if we're going to target Spain next, does it really matter which one of these we target? We probably should have targeted Spain first, but I didn't know we could filter by that, so... I think we will plan on spreading out our influence, or spreading out our control over Europe just in generally. Try and get someone in most countries. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Spain actually isn't that small a country, it's fairly big. Its GDP isn't as good as, like... Actually, I was expecting France to have a better... Oh, yeah, France in general has a better GDP. It's just individual regions. So that's 35 billion total number of people. Does it list me this? In here somewhere? Capita. Yeah, not quite as rich. So yeah, grabbing Spain, it would have probably been the better choice then. We'll do that next. I went for Austria just because I wanted to get a foothold in Europe. And they were a fairly easy target. Plus they're next to Germany. So if we grab both of these, we can try and get into Germany, and Germany in theory is going to be the highest GDP in the entirety of Europe. And Europe does have a space program, but it is the European space program. I'm aware, we've already gone past that phase. At this point, we're just waiting for things to complete. So... Okay. Select management team. We may now recruit our faction's management team. As a stand-up resistance operation, we are selecting our internal management team to help oversee our affairs. While we are gathering personnel from various disciplines at your direction, we will emphasize a particular speciality. Lobbyists for influence, scientific and engineers. Event locked. Select adversary team. Or event unlocked. Select advisory team. Oh, it's the same across all of them. Triggers the following effect. The resistance monthly influence becomes increased by 3. The resistance monthly research increases by 15. Gain 50. That's covert or ops available. As an operation. Monthly money income. Science, generally speaking, is always a reason, or is always a good thing to get a lot of early, because it tends to compound. But in this game, getting science is better done by gaining factions or gaining territories. So I am inclined towards one of the top two. We don't really have much of an influence income at the minute. Oh no, we do have a reasonable income from influence. Orgs haven't been added to this yet, though. So we're going to get some extra money from there. And one extra influence from here. Yeah, this is monthly leisure, so this is monthly income. It's only +3, isn't it? Monthly influence income increased by 3. Okay, let's get scientists and engineers. Build management team.
Recon complete.
There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Investigating the alien activity mission complete. I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crash site in China. We'll receive a small bonus to our xenological research going forward.
We have found something, Commander.
We have completed the investigation of alien craft objective. Despite heavy security, we were able to obtain some surveillance records of the crash site, as well as a small quantity of debris. We should have a project ready for research shortly. We've also gained the following. Influence. Has that been added yet? If that hasn't been added yet, that'll give us enough to get another counselor, which getting before the week's end would be a good thing. Our counselor was able to obtain some surveillance recordings from the alien crash site. Our researchers should analyze it as soon as possible. When it becomes available, complete the alien signature project. Okay, no, it did just it dumped it already. So we don't have enough until next month. Unless... Okay, that's daily income. So 3 more days we'll have enough to get another counsellor. However, in 3 more days' time we'll be in the next mission phase. And I assume that research hasn't become available yet? Now it's become available. I do need to check this sentence, so thank you for that. Do bear in mind there is no back seating. You've not told me anything that I haven't figured out yet already, so just to be mindful. I like to figure things out on my own. That is half my enjoyment in video games. So yes. Is it worth me grabbing that now? Okay, it has paused. Bonus from this is just straight up grants me influence rather than influence income. Whereas this will do what? Allows the faction to detect alien abductions on Earth. As the Resistance, that sounds like something we should probably prioritize. Is there a place that I can get access to my faction's specific Maybe in the codex. Look in the codex. Gameplay. Show monthly incomes. Mission unports after confirming cancel. Display the system clock, please do. Now where have you put it? You've put it there. Okay. It's not going to be a problem for the stream because I have to keep track of the time anyway, but that will become a problem if I play this on my own time. Okay. Codex. Factions. Can you give me specific information on a faction? Because it made mention that we get a benefit from researching multiple projects. But it didn't say what that benefit was, and I would like to know where to find that information. There it is, faction modifiers. National investment project or national investment points we direct to boost priority are increased by 5%. Allows factions to found platforms. Boost cost for ship and hub modules. Reduces the... okay. It's not the same thing, though. These haven't changed to be daily values. Or monthly values, which is annoying, but never mind. So our current science is... monthly income 73. We are generating 0.4 research distribution bonus. Damn it, everyone is putting their points into here. Or at least most everyone. Humanity First isn't there. If I remove that from there and there. So yeah, we gain points for having something researching in all of them. Which basically means that we cannot compete with these guys in order to put enough points into this. Not unless they change their priorities. And looking at it, we can't compete with any of them. In that case, we'll let them have it and focus on our own project. Because it's the leader that gains the benefit from it. Yep, we're already working on that. Yep.
Our supporters are in place.
We have completed the game control missions. Okay. We have gained our first control point. Excellent. This gives us access to the nation's resources, some degree of control over the national priorities, and possibly an army. Control points may be attacked.
As we expand our operations, we will soon need the support of a large nation.
While we pursue a diverse coalition of support, if we are meaningfully or We should pursue a diverse coalition of support. If we are to meaningfully face the potential threat posed by the aliens, we need to we'll need the backing of some nations with significant resources. We should assign ourselves with nations that are generating boost or have a resource to bootstrap a space program within a short period of time, so that if necessary, we can meet whoever or whatever threat these aliens pose on even footing. Additionally, we should consider nations that have access to an army, or we could assemble one quickly if the aliens reveal terrestrial hostile intent. Best we can.
Our councillor has gained the support of people in key positions of power in the nation. We should consider what our priorities are for that nation.
Nation's priorities govern how they will distribute its economy surplus over time in the form of national investment points. Priorities dictate or direct a nation's development in various ways, including building armies, investing in education, developing space programs, taking on more control points. Click on a nation where our faction has ownership of at least one control point and select priorities. Okay, you've gained a control point. The resistance in Austria. We now have one of 3 control points there. Repeat mission for repeat and continue. Permanent assignment, take me there. We're not in the assigned mission phase. So we does this just queue them up to repeat the mission again? Okay, so it's just a time saver. We plan on sending them elsewhere anyway. I'm not looking to take full control of anywhere yet. I want to spread out. If we're targeting Europe, we need as broad a base as possible to start from, in my opinion. So, okay, it does indicate on here. Are we competing? Actually, it's not going to tell us yet. We'd need to find out. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we'd need to perform intel operations to find out where the other factions are. Okay, we are in conflict with the Protectorate and the Servants, which makes sense. Oh god. I know what that is. Okay, so realistic rocket physics are in play here. That's good to know. We have to worry about transfer windows. At least there is a button for it. Yes, I play Kerbal Space Program. Okay. This is not true. This is not the only war going on at the moment. Admittedly, most of the wars are internal conflicts, though. I think that's... is it the only actual war of aggression on the planet in the minute? Between 2 different nations? And skirmishes all over the place, and it's like people border clashes. Yeah, no, I think any other outright war is an internal conflict. In fact, not only have I played Kerbal Space Program, I have the website for buying Kitten Space Agency open permanently in a tab on my desktop so I don't forget it exists. Okay, change the nation priority. Define large nation. It's easier to gain control points in a nation with borders nations we have already taken over. Assign and carry out a nation control mission to gain neighboring control to increase the chances of success. Click on a nation where our faction has ownership of at least one control point and select the priorities tab. We haven't even clicked that button yet. Directing its priorities, take a moment to consider how you would like the nation under your control to grow. Perhaps we can focus on developing some mission control for the space agency. Others could focus on increasing their monthly research output so we can research new technologies faster. We could focus on building up, improving their military to prepare for war. If we want a stable nation, or if we want stable nations ready to face alien rival, we should improve to keep coherence from dropping too low and keep unrest from rising, making sure inequality doesn't get out of hand. Are you shitting me? The bastards! The AI grabbed exactly the same one I went for. There's so many bloody targets. And they're one we're in conflict in. We may just have to force grabbing the executive control on the next round. What priorities are they putting in? Funding, founding space program, build an army. They don't care about governments. They actually have put priority into unity. Spoils represents the direct extraction of wealth from the economy, accomplished by avoiding the true cost of obtaining it. So that's increases corruption, doesn't it? If this priority has a warning symbol, the nation's elites are receiving insufficient spoils to fulfill their desires. Elites in the nation require at least 11% investment points directed to them. A value that will decrease the investment of, a value that will decrease with investment in education and democracy, or very high national coherence. When elites are dissatisfied, coups d'etats are more likely to occur. Direct investment points welfare prioritizes confers up to 20% bonus to all other investments, particular control points. This bonus scales with the proportion of investment directed priority. Our investments in welfare priorities are receiving an 8.8% diversity bonus from other priorities. Okay, that will cancel out the inequality. It's the people we need to get on side at the moment. We'll let them worry about developing atomic bombs. Custom. Resist. Okay, so that is the default. I'm aware of that. I live in the UK. I'm aware that the European Space Agency is a thing. Because in spite of the fact of leaving the European Union, I do believe we're still invested in that particular institute. But yeah, that's annoying. You swines. We grab the legislature, they grab the mass media. Maybe they're planning the same thing we are. Okay, the initiative has grabbed control of Spain. Or started to grab control in Spain, so we do need to fight over that. We can't let them have it.
A nation's priorities determine how it will develop over time. As we gain control points in a nation, we can direct more of its priorities.
National investment points. Evenly divided between priorities. Investment points fill the nation's priority bucket over time. And trigger some effects when completely filled, such as increasing per champion. Okay, so that's how that works. Any excess investment points will be carried over to priority buckets filled. Each control point our faction owns. Click right click pips. When our faction has ownership of multiple control points in a nation, you can copy that column's distribution points pip. This column displays the detail for each priority. Click the button at the top. Share displays the proportion. Investment points per month displays the amount of investment points. Bonuses display all bonuses being applied to investments for that priority. Managing priorities is a complex undertaking. Consider what you want a nation to specialize in and then focus on the priority that will help you get there. For example, you may want one nation to specialize in producing mission control, which we've already done, while another nation could focus on unity in government to improve its domestic conditions. Many priorities also provide a diverse bonus that makes other priorities finish more quickly. Remember that unrest, low coherence, many armies and navies, and high inequality are always a drain on a nation and its investment capacity. Main priority templates. Click here to open the Design Nation Priority Template window where you can create your own custom priority templates. Set our faction's default template and apply newly acquired control point select. Click here to open the Direct Investment window where you can spend resources to immediately contribute investment points into a priority bucket of that selected nation. We can even direct investment in nations where our faction doesn't own any control points. The number of annual direct investments we can make in a given nation is determined primarily by the nation's GDP and population. Priority represents investment in free and fair elections. Okay. Oops. I was unpaused. The week's almost at an end, so let's just go for an hour a second. The UN Security Council has met to discuss the aliens' arrival. Unfortunately, the hoped-for show of international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the aliens' crash and preventing access to the site. Yep, that sounds about right. We have an opportunity to shift the events to our advantage and even make our case directly to the nations of the world. However, the eyes of the world, with the eyes of the world in this meeting, our councillors risk the exposure, or risk of exposure to our enemies is extremely high. Remain in the shadows. Nothing happens. Trigger the following effect. Gain a small public opinion boost for the resistance around the world. Information about the resistance will be exposed to our enemies. Deliver our manifesto to the world. Grants a public opinion boost for the resistance all around the world. A great deal of information about the resistance will be exposed to our enemies. A lot of the world doesn't know about us or doesn't care about us. So I can see the advantage of early on getting our foot in the door. The question is whether we can capitalize on that. Let's be bold. We'll deal with the consequences later.
They are not life forms or xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. They and the traitors who support them will face our judgment.
We have encountered humanity first. This faction gathers all of Earth's xenophobes into its ranks. Its followers have rallied against the aliens to arrive a nuisance when they are not life forms or xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. Okay.
Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
The leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival on Earth. Who believe the clandestine nature of aliens' arrival is threats, but they have concluded that any species that can cross interstellar distance is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing. So, didn't it say that they were directly opposed to us? Or in opposition to us? You kind of assume that they would be more neutral to us initially. Because it's not like we're trying to actively kill them. We just want to, if they turn violent, we're going to try to do something. I suppose they think that, or their position is just going to be that any opposition is just dangerous for us, period. Okay. Launch a full-scale public information. Actually, we can capitalize on this now. Do I grab someone? We do need someone specializing in security. Because we don't have anyone that specializes in security at the minute. Officer, investigator, executive. Okay, yeah, no, we need combat experience. Whether we can do anything with it, we'll see, but we should get it. We have completed the nation's priority objectives. Success. Okay. wonder if they've changed priorities. Okay. There's an open control point with a good boost in Kazakhstan that's targeted to support our space program. Right, we can. I forgot we can do that. We have some support in Spain. Can I go to that? Oh, you started with enough experience points to allow me to put stuff in here anyway. Makes a good living. Espionage security investigation when in a home nation. We don't have the money for that one anyway. Increase attributes, or I mean, if we grab Survivor, not Survivor, Streetwise, that gets us more espionage anyway. Very hard to kill in nuclear war or other mass casualty events. We have someone else that's good at investigation, so I think we'll boost persuasion some more. You have a lot of traits you can gain. Investigation and persuasion would be the better one. Don't care about espionage. Persuasion in nations where government is at least 6. So that's conditional. Appeals to what we have in common. Persuasion in nations where is at least 6. +2 unity priority for our control points. Mission granted advice. Monthly income. Monthly income. Untouchable. Any attempt to assassinate this counselor that has a result worse than critical success will give the assassin the marked trait, which provides a massive malice to security attributes. You've already got government, so let's get you councillor. What did you specifically say? An undefended Project Exodus control point in Malaysia states is vulnerable to a purge mission. You've changed what you were saying. Okay, there's an open control point in with a good boost income in Kazakhstan. Let's target it for Spot Our Pace program. Oh, you've You have how? You weren't on any kind of mission. Okay, no, I don't want to get rid of that. You don't have much in the way of persuasion. You do have plenty of command. Your espionage is pretty low anyway. Each point in command increases this cancer's op income by 1% and increases the faction control point capacity by 1%. What can I do to gain op income? I wonder, on a character. You already have good security and good command. We don't currently, we can't currently get a 5th one, can we? We've got 4 now. We should sure one of our kinds of the Inspire mission maybe it's our interests. Well, you're scientist. I imagine you would be the one that we could do that with. Okay. What we got? They took control of the trade unions. Let's try and take control of... We'll send the judge. Actually... Send who? National policy, defend interest, purge, crack down, advise, stabilize nation, investigate councillor, detain councillor, hostile takeover, go to ground, contact, orbit, investigate alien activity. We're in conflict with them. They tolerate us. Who has the best chance of finishing taking control of this? I reckon a cycle between my councillors without having to close this out and go back in. That's who's currently there.
Where do you need me?
Okay, you have a 74% chance of success there.
Where to?
Reporting in.
Okay,
Where to?
you stay where you are.
Establishing our presence. Reporting in.
Okay, which one is which? Control point 3, control point 2. It is more important that this
Standing
is
by.
successful, so send someone with a better chance of doing this here.
Ready for orders.
14.
At your service.
Okay, we'll send you. Can I target a specific one? Or do I just have to target the next one in the list? I think we just have to target the next one in the list. Okay.
Taking control.
Where do you need me?
Oh, it was there, was it? Okay. Well, it was targeting the one we wanted anyway.
Acknowledged.
You're not going to do as much good. Advise. Go to ground. Sabotage project, steal project, contact. Provides expertise in nation to a national hub. Counts as science command and administrative attribute will improve the target's research outputs, combat capabilities, financial performance. Additional advising counselors. I was advised to look at Kazakhstan, but I don't think you're going to be able to do much over here. Yeah, spending the rest of our points, that's not high enough. Okay, that is changing which one we're targeting just by clicking these, even though it's central in on this one. Who is it? Control point 2, control point 3. Control point 3, control point 2. Just gives me the country. No, I think you have to capture them in order. I don't think you can select which control point you get. Unless you want to contest them. Because this drop down here is just for the country, it's not for the individual thing. Unless it's buried in here somewhere. I suspect if I wanted to contest that one, then maybe. Who was our other councillor that we don't have on?
Ready to go.
You have a reasonable chance of success, and you should probably make a move on here.
Establishing control.
What's the up?
Can I send 2 people to establish control in the same area to grab both of them? Yeah, too risky. Also too risky. Okay, you share a border with Slovenia. I think we are still better off grabbing control points at the moment. And we should send this guy after soft targets, since he's not particularly good at it.
Putting our people in place.
Because grabbing these 3 will let us expand out into Germany, Italy, and then over into the no, that's not the Slavic nations. No, this is the Slavic nations. I thought this was the Slavic nations. Either way, it'll let us expand this way next. And this will give us access to France. But we may have to put more attention into here. I don't think the initiative are our enemies at the minute, but I think they probably may end up being. Okay, some people have put a bunch of research in this and then pulled out. We still want to get this first, though. Okay. Growing realization that we are not the sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hope that we can overcome our capacity for strife and address the aliens' arrival as one people. I mean, optimistic, but I would probably hope the same thing. Current historic trends do not lead credence to that particular way of thinking.
We've gained significant support.
Okay. Control nation mission success. We've gained control for the resistance in Austria. We now have 2 of 3 control points here. Executive power over the nation now belongs to the resistance. Okay. It looks like they fortified their location. I assume that's what that means. Protected by the Defense Interest Mission until 30th of September, meaning it is much more difficult to attack with Crackdown and Purge missions. tensions between various ethnic British items.
We've got our people in place.
Okay.
We've got our people in place.
Nah, we'll figure that out next time.
Our presence is growing.
Okay. Now that we can control a large nation, we can move towards... Okay, so we did manage to capture it. It's just the initiative are also trying to vie for it. We should move to cement our position by taking over executive control, continue to decide nation. Okay, good. It did succeed. But I get the feeling the initiative are going to contest that. Enemies are planning. Confirm assignment. The org marketplace is updated with some potential targets for acquisition. We do have some more resources, and we could use more resources. Let's have a look and see what we got. Okay, they're still in here. Can't afford any of them. What say you all? An undefended Humanity First control point in New Zealand is vulnerable to a purge mission. We can ensure one of our councillors. Yes, we know. Some support in Costa Rica. Good target. That's a good point. We never checked after we did that. Okay, that did give us a significant boost in support across the world. That helps. And we do have a better political opinion over there. We need to take control, but we also need to defend or do something to prevent the initiative. We are accepting contract missions from this faction. We will hear offers to improve relationships from this faction. God damn it, everyone's moving into Europe. Project Exorcist, grab that. I suppose Europe is an easier target to try to get control of than America, given the diverse nature of Europe. Lots of disparate countries.
Ready for your orders.
Investigate councillor, surveil location, sabotage facility, increase unrest, public campaign. Coup d'etat, purge, crackdown. You are our best agents. Do we have much chance of making progress in Germany? Not yet. But if we head up to Poland, Italy is now a viable target. Okay, since
Where
you're
to?
already here. Funds. We only have 18 influence. Okay, I'd rather gain access to Spain than anything else, so...
Ready.
Who has the best base chance in Spain?
What's the
I
order?
imagine it's this guy.
Standing by for orders.
Okay, yeah.
Ready for my mission.
Okay, I'm on control of this.
Establishing control.
At your service.
Standing by for orders.
You stay where you are. Wait, why does that say 70%? There we go. Because it wasn't holding the right thing. What were you targeting then?
Bringing them on board.
I'm here.
Okay. How much chance do you have? Is it more worth sending you somewhere else? It says 72. There we go.
Establishing our presence.
Where do you need me?
This is a good question. Okay. Grab Sweden. Stop. Game. I'm not clicking through that. Thank you very much.
Bringing them to our side.
Okay. Gain control points. Gain executive control. GDP is going down, research is going down. Be good to have the change in this reflect in this. We can grab France, then that gives us access to nukes. How the hell did they already get into France? They must have spent a lot of capital to get into France already. Damn it. We have completed the alien signatures project, so there's no doubt extraterrestrial life has touched down on Earth. Many questions we have regarding its origins, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of a landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we have developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances, most likely resulting from alien activity. Okay.
Commander, we appear to have an alien on the loose.
We've completed the alien research. Our studies have kind of showed that a mortal sapient life form survived the crash down and moved with purpose into a nearby wilderness. We have no footage of the creature, nor any further sighting reports. Worryingly, however, we are receiving reports of strange occurrences in nearby communities, including disappearances in both animal and people. So far, we have no hard evidence that these events are related to aliens' arrival, but should our agents detect concrete evidence of abductions, we should investigate immediately. Reports are continuing to surface of missing animals and people in the regions near the alien crash site. Using the surveil location mission in those regions will help us detect these events. When we confirm such reports, we should investigate for any signs of alien activity. Our research division has been studying the fragments of the debris the Council discovered at the crash site. The volume of the material is still very small, but our researchers have nevertheless drawn some important conclusions. The debris is more or made of some kind of metallic alloy that is unusually hard and strong, with properties that do not fully match anything that human engineering can produce. Several of our engineers suspect that some fraction of the substance may be extraterrestrial in origin. However, we have definitely established that the majority of the mass in the debris bears the unique signature of our solar system's formation. In all likelihood, this ship was built somewhere within the orbit of our sun. If our analysis is correct, this suggests that the aliens, that the aliens have at least one base of operation within our very solar system. Locating it would be a valuable intelligence windfall. Research Skywatch and Deep Space Skywatch global technologies, and then alien origin products when it becomes available. We need to complete these. Okay. The more we learn about the aliens, the more our science teams are coming to feel that we are not as behind technologically as we initially feared. The aliens' designs are far more advanced than ours, and the material science is particularly impressive, but the aliens' equipment seems to be the most part compatible with our scientific understanding. If we can gain access to some working examples of alien technology, our research division believes they should be able to reverse engineer them. I recommend you select a small and vulnerable alien target that we can swiftly overwhelm, enabling us to loot the field and withdraw before the aliens can respond. Successfully engage one of the following alien assets: facility, landed UFO, habitat, warship, or an army. Everyone is focusing on Skywatch now. This has the least investment in it.
Our presence is growing.
We have completed the game is safely controlled and the large nation objective. Oh, we've got Spain. We are now in control of the nation's executive branch. This allows us to assign national policy missions in this nation. We also grant access to this nation's nuclear arsenal if it has one. The nation's policy is a powerful mission we can use to declare war on rival nations, grant independence to eligible regions, federate with other nations, and more. But we have to wait a little longer while we consolidate control of this nation to use its full effects. In the nation, then select policies in the nation's tabs. We have a heavy interest, or heavily invested ourselves in this nation, and our opponents could severely hamper our efforts if they attack us here. Control points may be attacked.
Remember, Commander, we have enemies out there, and not just extraterrestrial ones.
Defend Interest mission is a useful defense tool that makes crackdown Persian coups missions much more difficult to succeed successfully complete enemy counselors. When carried out, the Defense Interest mission provides protection that applies to all control points our faction owns in the large nations. It is vital to defend our most valuable nations. Its protection will expire and must be renewed periodically. The duration of the protection decreases with the number of control points to be defended. Okay. So we got the executive branch in Spain. The Council of Sunni Islam Scholars have published a legal finding regarding the aliens' arrival that aligns with the ideology of the resistance. I assume that just means that we got a boost in our public opinion. Okay, let's control nation. We have a new objective: assign a councillor to defend interest mission. Gain executive control. We have a new objective. Research agent origins. That's the research complete. Okay.
Our supporters are in place.
Control mission. Okay. So we gain control of 3 locations. It's in the nations menu, isn't it? Ah, right, yeah, that's the policy thing. Control point capacity, I forgot about that. Where was that option? Policies. Ah, right, yeah, it's this. They fortified their locations. That's fine. Maybe we should do the same, particularly with the executive control. Because we're going to have control of 4 nations, so if we fortify the executive control in all 4... Candidates, European Union. Has not yet consolidated its authority. Okay.
We've gained significant support.
Okay. Not worry about it just yet.
We were unable to establish control.
Damn. Resistance Councillor was detected by another faction in the region. Detected councillors are targets for any investigation of attack. This councillor may be this councillor may consider using the go to ground mission to shake any pursuit. Future notifications of this type will not trigger an alert nor pause the game. They will instead appear as in the new feed on the left side of the screen, or in the event summary window. enemies are planning. Okay. Okay, there's 3 control slots in there. There's only 2 here. Okay, because we failed here, we should probably get them to try again, but fortify executive control locations in the other 3. Oh, right, yeah, it did just say that. They are heavily focusing on France. No one's tried to make a move into Germany yet, or... the servants. That's not good. France has nukes. We can't let them keep that. We can't do much about it at the moment, but we cannot let them keep it. Okay.
Ready to go.
Are all of you capable of fortifying? You cannot.
I'm here.
Oh, bollocks. We don't have enough influence.
Reporting in.
Okay.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
No, not Italy. There.
Bringing them on board.
At your service.
Standing by.
Try again.
Taking control.
Acknowledged.
I highly doubt they can move into Germany. No. I need to start saving some influence.
Putting our people in place.
We'll have to see how the dice rolls. I get the feeling the other factions have started with more resource, or more resources than we have. Or more resource income than we have. Mission granted, assault alien asset. What's the cost? No one has enough to level. We're gonna need some more control points soon. Something I've not been paying attention to. How much each of these cost us. They're going to cost us 15. That's 13. That is not what I set. That's the default we're going with for the time being. Save that. Apply globally, set as default. Okay, it's 20 past 5. That puts us squarely in break time territory. So I'm going to quickly go get myself a fresh cup of tea, go to the toilet, and I'm going to sneakily go do a few things on Eidolon, and I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, touch wood. So I'll see you in a bit. No, it's Terra Invictus. Risk doesn't go into outer space and doesn't have aliens in it, but I think it's a similar kind of thing. I've never actually played Risk. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back with a fresh cup of tea. And the things and Eidolon I wanted to get sorted. I'm just moving my characters around between trees. I'm collecting resource cards at the minute. Okay, we enable that. Okay, all good. Core economic region. I really don't like that they're... Okay, that's why they're going after France. I still don't like the fact, because I know that France is a nuclear power. They absolutely have nukes, but I think Spain does as well? I'm not sure, actually. Okay, no, Spain doesn't. France absolutely should. Italy doesn't. Germany shouldn't. They were banned. Absolutely not allowed. UK should. So yeah, I suspect they're going after France for both the space center and their nukes. But we're not in a position to contest them. No one's making a play on Russia, unsurprisingly. They have 30 nukes. And the US is 29. I was going to say, I think India is a nuclear power. They have 2. China has a few as well. It's 3. New Zealand absolutely does not. This is available in here. South Africa has a nuclear program already? Israel, North Korea, United Kingdom, Pakistan, India, China. Okay. Surveillance telescope has detected a new alien fleet, transferring to low Earth orbit. Future notifications of this type will not trigger an alert for the nor pause the game. They will instead show up in the news feed, top left hand side. But there's 2 fleets.
The trick is not to look directly at what you're trying to see. Offset your focal point somewhere to the side of where you think you notice the movement. At night, the center of your vision doesn't work as well as during the day. I won't try to explain the science to you. What matters is you'll see whatever is out there before they see you. Colonel Hans Castillo, advising conscripts in Colombia.
Okay, scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of Skywatch Initiative. Or the initiative contributed the most. I have no idea how they have as many resources as they have. I assume that we are literally just the small upstart. Or maybe they grabbed some better science-focused locations before we did. Span of time humans are spent in space is dwarfed by the span of time humans have been interested in it. Allows all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn, and immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. Okay. Damn it. Yeah. We can't complete our objective unless we can gain access to this to force that. What are we getting out of this? Composite armor, graphene batteries, fission frag drive, molten core fusion fission reactor, vapor core fission reactor. Does Skywatch give us any technologies? No. This faction is receiving a plus 2% bonus to research speed and social sciences from the following sources. 2% from orgs. We are not receiving any bonuses in research and social sciences. No, we just get a general one across the board. Oh. Can we zoom in a bit more? This is as far as we can zoom in. Did I disable anti-aliasing? I don't think I needed to. At least not in the minute. We did. I would like to get a closer view of it, but never mind. Details about the selected enemy fleet are displayed here. This includes the fleet's current location, operation, Delta V budget, fleet wide and acceleration. Click on the image and the fleet view for more details. This will open the fleet list and display all fleets belonging to the same faction. Each fleet can have 3 values related to its combat potential: the number of ships in the fleet, combat value, and assault value. A fleet's combat value reflects an estimate of the fleet's strength when engaging enemy fleets or HABs. A fleet's assault value indicates a fleet's capability to invade and capture a HAB. Hover over the ship preview to view a breakdown of each ship's capabilities and general info. Damage to the enemy ships will be reflected in the corresponding section of the ship preview. Select the ship at the bottom of the panel. List of ships that comprise the fleet. You can hover over each ship entry for review a breakdown of its capability. There we go. I wanted to know how alien it looked. Sustaining Mountain class gunship. Sustaining Mountain class gunship. Okay. They're performing, by the looks of it, they're performing a braking maneuver on Venus. They're coming near side of the sun to intercept the Earth. You're Victor 2. And you're Victor 1. No, I don't think you came... You can't have come from Jupiter. Whoa. Okay. We can't see past Saturn anyway. It wouldn't make sense for them to be... or have a presence from anywhere inside of Saturn, given the fact we would see it now. So they haven't come from Jupiter. I want to go Habs, I want to go Fleets, and I kind of want to see... What I want is a list of all fleets currently on this map, currently on the map. There's the one. I mean, that would kind of imply one came from Saturn and one came from Jupiter. But we would be able to see them at this point. Too soon to be worrying about it anyway, it's not much like we can do anything around it. Okay.
We still lack support.
Oh, come on!
We still lack support.
You hadn't... Fuck the dice rolls! 290% on 70 and 80% chances.
We're taking over.
That one's better. We had a much lower chance of that. Plus, we needed to get into Italy one way or another. It's another large location in here.
We were unable to establish control.
That's the one I expected to fail. Actually, Italy was the one I expected to fail. So yeah, we just got real bad rolls that time. Okay, they haven't made any further progress in France. 3 of our missions failed.
Standing by for orders.
At least in all the locations where it failed did we get anyone contest them. Okay, well, we have a presence in Italy. We still need more influence income. I'm assuming this means that this shows a list of all enemy factions we believe have detected this councillor at some point. Although it is unknown whether they are still tracking us, it is likely that intel on us will fade over time. The go to ground mission will remove them. We did give everyone a large amount of intel on us, on all of our people, so...
Ready.
Ready.
Oh, you may as well try again. I'm not going to give you any
Bringing them to our side.
any extra.
Ready for my
influence this
mission.
time.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Ready for my mission.
At your service.
Need to spend 8 to give you a 74% chance. We still have a reasonable amount of control available to us.
Reporting in.
I'm here.
Okay.
Bringing them on board.
Oh, that's not what I wanted you to do.
What's the up?
Acknowledged.
Where's the abandon mission button? I know I'm allowed to do it. I was informed about the abandon mission button.
Taking control.
Okay.
Where
You
to?
don't need to abandon the mission until after the mission is started.
Taking control.
Okay. Abbott Services has conducted a crackdown on our executive control point in Checkers. It is vulnerable to a purge mission, and we will not receive benefits from it until Project Exodus. This one, isn't it? That's Austria. Okay. Well, they've not fortified theirs, so if they want to start, or if they want to pick a fight,
The Surat al-Baqarah teaches that in the creation of heaven and earth, a wise people may find the signs of Allah. Let us heed those words and join together as we take our search into the stars. Director Khalid al-Ashgar from his khutbah at the first conclave of Muslim astrophysicists.
yeah, and has selected advanced chemical rocketry as a new direction of global research. Existing in space is a different animal than many traversing it. If we plan to go from tourist to residence, we must adapt. Logistics require resupply missions planned months in advance, while engineering must cope with long-term exposure to solar radiation and the rigors of equipment, maintenance and vacuum. Likewise, our psychologists must develop a training regiment so personnel are able to maintain peak performance environments where up and down do not exist. We have, of course, been able to travel into space for some time now, but now we must establish how to do so easily, easily, regularly, and cost-effectively, and in far greater numbers than ever before. This renewed mission to space thus entails a mission to change many of our most fundamental preconceptions, yet all these hardships are entirely necessary for. Once we are comfortable beyond Earth's orbit, we can hope to explore, exploit, and ultimately even settle on neighboring worlds. Foreign technologies may now be researched. Deep space propulsion concept, orbital shipbuilding, outpost hab, space storm. The following projects may unlock for research in future. Hab living quarters. I assume, yeah, unlock in future. It did say as much. Enemy council detected. Operation Britain detected that someone in the Lisbon region of Portugal is acting as a counsellor for one of the other selected agents in the organisation and has formed to address the alien's arrival. We may send one of our counsellors to investigate and learn more about the person. Okay. Select advisory team. We may now appoint our faction's chief advisors within our management team. With our management team on board, we may now recruit our core group of advisors to assist, focus on economic development. National investment points redirect to the economy priorities will increase by 10%. National investment points redirect to founding space program priorities will increase by 5%. Redirect to boost priorities will increase by 5%. military and build army. Welfare and knowledge.
We've gained significant support.
Okay, good. Executive power is now ours. Okay, good.
We failed to take control.
Fuck these rolls!
Our supporters are in place.
We still lack support.
Okay.
Standing by.
High Councillor, security or command attribute to shield a target region, hab, or allied councillor.
Securing our control.
I'm here.
We have completed the assigned councillor to defense mission. Okay.
Commander, other factions have footholds in many of Earth's nations. If necessary, our councillors can move to root them out.
A successful crackdown mission will recall the control point. Followed with a purge mission will steal the control point for our faction.
I'm here.
Okay, what's this based on? Investigation.
Where do you need me?
You have 6.
Standing
you have
by.
5. You, I think.
Ready for
7.
orders.
If we do that, that's the most we can do.
Going after their people.
We failed this one
Orders?
twice, so... We've got a foothold. Continuing on in here is probably not advisable. Let's try and see if we can't finish grabbing that.
Putting our people in place.
And
Your orders?
Have they already fully gained control of that? No, but they're very, very close to gaining full control of France, which isn't good. Okay, we don't have the influence. Okay, let's just grab or try and grab some more influence in whatever easy European nation we can get. So
We'll bring this nation to our side.
We believe we can join them as brothers and sisters if we only convince them we are worthy.
Led by members of the scientific community, this faction has concluded that any species able to cross the stars must have moved beyond violence. Mechanism to resolve conflict. They assert that humanity must work to build a bridge to ensure the aliens are treated as equals.
Securing our interests.
Okay.
We've hit them where it hurts.
Okay. So, let's see. We didn't dismiss that. Skywatch. Failures. Our adversaries have conducted a crackdown. Yep. United States of America declines to impose sanctions on Sudan. I don't know why that's relevant. Okay. Control point lost. We had 2 people over there. We fortified. I don't think we could have fortified that position. But never mind. Okay. Can you tell me what the role was?
We've got our people in place.
Okay. That gives us control of Sweden. Switzerland, rather.
Our supporters are in place.
Yeah, we have full control of Switzerland. Easier to go through here because it shows us no, can't afford any of them. Let's have a quick look. Given that we just took control of this one, there's every chance they're going to perform they're going to fortify their location this time around. We can't fortify any location again, but
Acknowledged.
you can't perform a purge.
Standing by for orders.
You can perform the purge. Okay. First things first.
At your service.
Wait, no.
Your orders?
Better at investigation, so you're better doing a crackdown. You crack down on that one.
Turning up the heat.
Ready to go.
And you purge that one.
Removing our enemies.
Ready for my mission.
We have completed the assign. Okay.
In the worst cases, our only option might be imposing a complete regime change on another nation.
Okay. Coups are used to remove ownership of all control points in the nation and award them to the Queen faction and other factions that have contributed to unrest in the nation. Coups are more likely to see the nation fire unrest. Carry out multiple increased invest missions prior to attempting a coup. Assign and carry out a coup d'etat mission, a nation with a heightened unrest. Which is not necessary yet. Yeah, they've taken full control of France, which gives them access to nukes. And while we've been trying to defend this, the others have been moving in elsewhere. Okay, we don't need to worry about Italy at the minute.
Bringing them on board.
Ready for orders.
You don't have much of that, and we can't really afford to use you for other things. It's not going to work. We've been given too many we've been given a whole bunch of bad rolls, and we can assume that maybe we'll get a good roll if we went or send ourselves over to Italy. But I highly doubt it. I'd love to make a move on Germany. Let's make a move in Denmark instead.
Establishing our presence.
We've neutralized their key people.
New project available. The research and development teams have reported that we are now able to undertake the Information Science Lab project, allowing the construction of the following hub module. Yeah, despite our best efforts, we're not going to succeed at that, so I think everyone else just must have more research than us. They must start with more resources than us. Oh, they have access to armies now. Wonderful. Because they don't like us, and we have many territories right next to them. Do we actually have access to be able to build habitats yet? And rocket launch. Found platform. It's going to take us a long time until we have enough. Fair enough.
We're in control here.
Okay, good.
We failed to take control.
That's fine. I don't believe you had a particular. No, you had a 70% chance again. Jesus Christ. Fuck dice rolls.
Our presence is growing.
Even this one was above 50%. We are due a bunch of low rolls. If that's how RNG actually fucking worked, it does not. What the hell? What is that? Oh right, yeah, we discovered a counselor. Munich received no help during its spring blizzard. I wasn't aware they even asked for help. Oh, yeah, we sent you up there. I get the feeling they're going to put another crackdown on there, but if we can get rid of that, even if they crack down that, then I think we can potentially still secure it.
Where
Or
to?
rather, purge.
Targeting the opposition.
Okay.
Where to?
Oh, we did gain full control of that. And we got a lucky dice roll there. And we have to cede control of Italy.
Your orders?
Go fortify Switzerland.
Protecting our interests.
I'm here.
Standing by for orders.
At your service.
You have the best investigation. There is something that we've been putting off that we're supposed to do. Yeah. Conduct surveil location missions in regions near any alien crash sites.
Your orders?
Investigating. Okay, those two can't surveil, which is weird because one of them has particularly high investigation.
Ready for your orders.
Assassinate. Turn counselor, extract counselor, sabotage plans, contact, orbit. Okay, you can surveil location. Which is annoying because you're our best espionage person. So I kind of need you for the purge.
Ready to go.
Reporting in.
Okay, you're capable of purging, but you only have a 3, so I don't think... Well, you have a decent chance of success if we send you after that.
Targeting the opposition.
Given our rolls so far, or the rolls we've been getting so far, crash site was around here. I'm assuming that's what that is? No, that's an oil well. Okay, we'll have to wait for another crash site then. That being the case, again, you're back on the purge because you have a much...
Terminating the opposition.
You have a better
Ready
chance
for
of doing
orders.
it.
Standing by.
What's the up?
Where do you need me?
What's the op?
Where do you need me?
You are too useful. This dude is too useful. There's so many things I want to do with this dude. What's our public opinion in Germany? It's decent. Okay. You go do a public campaign in Germany. Spend a little bit of money on
We'll
it.
make our appeal.
At your service.
You purge there.
What's the op?
Standing by.
Okay, you have a low roll chance at that. Go to Denmark.
Establishing control.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now.
Run away!
Making things safe for our people.
Yeah.
The dreamer in me wants to believe it would bring a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist. I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us. Commander Fiona Ayawade, NATO Symposium on First Contact.
Scientists around the world have an understanding we are not alone. The servants contributed the most. And let's switch selection to Deep System Skywatch. Quite assurance that humanities have been cared for. Clandestine cell. How... Okay, we don't have access to that yet. We will get access to it soon. Alarm a new disease. New disease. Global health watchdogs are reportedly highly alarmed at a new variant of Rift Valley fever. A virus, something like, which can spread easily from human to human. Severe cases and symptoms include liver failure, loss of vision, even hemorrhagic fever. Even more worrisome is its tendency to cause miscarriages if infected a pregnant person. There's currently no treatment or vaccine. The World Health Organization has declared the virus a public health emergency of international concern. Provide funding for additional research. Research teams, clandestine cells. 600. We may as well swap to it because we can't build a habitat at the minute anyway.
The people will come to our side.
Okay. The 7%. Our public support here has changed by 7%, now stands at 22.
We're in control here.
Okay.
We failed to take control.
That's fine. It was a low chance of success anyway, although our rolls have not been favourable anyway. I was not expecting you to succeed. Okay. No one is currently working in Germany. If we don't do anything, I imagine they will anyway. They're not really our enemy. I'm kind of more than happy to cede control to them. I'm surprised the Protectorates haven't made any kind of move. The initiative, they're not hostile to us currently, are they? No. So it's the servants, the Protectorates, and Project Exodus. Why are they in conflict with us? I suppose they picked a fight, didn't they? And we picked one back and they lost. We are setting content to ignore all content. You will hear offers of improved relations. Click to ignore such. Oh, we actually have information on some of this now. Okay, the servants do have a lot more tech than us. So how... that's how they're doing it. They're putting all of their points into it. But we are best... Or we get our best benefit if we spread everything out. So it's not that we have less research capability than everyone, it's just that because we benefit from spreading everything out, they're just throwing everything at a project, and we can't compete with that, because we have to spread ours out to some degree. That's why. Okay. We understand now. We are running out of control, so I think we need to put a lot of effort into we're getting a decent amount of influence in general. I want Germany though.
Reporting in.
30% chance of success. I'm going to send you back in again. Spend some more money. Actually, no. Our rolls have been terrible. They've got to improve at some point. Law of averages means they must improve at some point.
We must persuade the people.
That'll trigger before everything else.
Acknowledged.
I'm going to spend... influence.
Establishing our presence.
Reporting in.
Ready.
You're going to have a much harder time. I already have done. In fact, you were here when I did it. I wasn't aware that any of them had reached the threshold where they could get anything else yet, but some of them were close. Some of them may have done. I'll take that.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Where do you need me?
Set national policy. Advise. Cost 10. Has anyone grabbed Japan yet? They have a big GDP. Yeah, didn't think so. Japan is a relatively good tech center to grab, I would imagine. 188. Humanity First is grabbing the United Kingdom. Do I just try again for Denmark? No, we had a bunch of terrible rolls, so you go fail at grabbing Poland.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Okay, you actually do have...
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Monthly income, persuasion in nations where it be 6. Because we gave you Counselor, that must be an upgraded version. I'm gonna save and grab this so we can upgrade Counselor to Unifier. I don't think we have anyone with Stabilized Nation. We have someone for Advise. You can advise already. In fact, 3 people can advise already. But yeah, no one can stabilize the nation yet. This one's good because it was 20, which is as much as increasing one of these. This costs twice as much, but it does this one give monthly income? Okay, it will give us monthly income as well. Yeah, we'll save and grab that. Let me check these. Encounter. Research. We have funded research into a new disease. Okay. We could badly use an org that's actually going to get us more money. But they're all too expensive. Social science research. Some weird purpley thing. +2 whatever that is. I don't know, alien research? Boost economic spoils. Material science research. Headquartered in the Tokyo region. Council must have the trade governor. Faction must have a control point in Japan. Do these all reset? Or refresh? Because the Deneb Foundation has stayed in there. I don't know which one of these refresh and which ones don't. New project available. Our research development team has reported that we are now able to undertake the talent development project. All councillor candidates in our recruiting pool start with +2 investigation. All councillor candidates in our recruiting pool start with +2 espionage. Our councillors immediately gain +2 their investigation. Okay, that is potentially very, very, very useful. How expensive is it? It's cheaper than that. Information science that is studied in information, computers, artificial intelligence, automation, current category bonus. So we have a category bonus for that. Doesn't link to anything else. Neither does that, though. That's management, that's not the same one. Okay, no, it's more important that we can get an additional councillor. We can get the other one later.
We failed to take control.
For fuck's sake! This is worse than XCOM!
We've got our people in place.
We were unable to establish control.
Okay, yes, we know. Okay, one of these succeeded, but we didn't get a message for it.
Ready to go.
At least I didn't hear a message for it. Okay, we have 30 influence points that we can spend. Okay, they fortified their position before they've gone in for that.
Ready for my mission.
Ready for my mission. Bringing them to our side.
I'm here.
Ready. Bringing them to our side.
Where do you need me?
Standing by for orders. Establishing control.
Ready to go.
This won't work.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
But screw it. The defaults have to roll in my favor at some point. RNG does average out. That's how it's supposed to work. Give me full control of Germany.
Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
Adversary is going to try to in Austria. We don't know who, though. Probably the Protectorate. Bastards. Actually, consolidated the authority of this nation. It's going to take a little while.
Our presence is growing.
Critical success. We now have 2 of 4 control points here.
We're taking over.
We have 3.
We were unable to establish control.
We still lack support.
Well, we got 3 out of 4. We'll take that. That's still fortified. Okay, some new organizations are available. Not we can afford any of them. Okay, now we swap them all out. Okay. Missions granted. Investigate Council, surveil location, increase unrest. Increases investigation, security, and costs money per but increases ops. If they perform a crackdown, they're almost certainly going to have another go at it, or have a go at it.
I'm here.
Stabilize nation.
Ready.
Move from surface to... Okay. Doesn't help though. We've not got anything in orbits to try to claim. Is there not an action specifically to defend against an upcoming purge? Or to undo a crackdown, effectively?
Ready to go.
Reduces investment in target nation. Investigate Councillor. Advise. Set national policy. Defend interests. I want to finish taking Germany, so we need to keep someone here to do that. But I don't want to lose control of that. I wish it had told me who... performed the crackdown. Can you perform a crackdown on somewhere where you don't have assets, I suppose is the best question. No. So crackdown requires investigation. You have our
Ready
best
for my
investigation.
mission.
Standing by.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, it's going to be a pain in the ass to try and get them out. And the last time we fortified, it didn't remove the vulnerability thing from this. Disabled by a crackdown mission or own faction until next May. So yeah, next month. Meaning it grants no benefits and is easily lost to a purge mission. Aside armies. How can I defend it? Defended modifiers. Purge, take control of an enemy faction. Mission difficulty. Council administration, size of an economy, different ideology, crackdown. Defend interests, legislation, control point, party control, for instance, enemies. Coup d'etat. That just fortifies. Stabilize, sabotage. Detain councillor. Assassinate. Extract councillor. Hostile takeover. Steal project. Inspire. Protect target. Apply to the councillor's security or command after to shield a target region. Hab. Okay, so it is target region, so it's protect target. You are security specialist. Protect the region.
I'll keep them safe.
Ready.
If they're going after Poland, they can have Poland. When does that run out? I think it's September, isn't it? Yeah. Ground space program. Build army. I think I'm more inclined to Switzerland specifically. Don't worry about having a space program. Focus on economy a bit more. We'll keep them happy for now. We'll micromanage the areas we have full control over a little. Okay, lower GDP, so economy could use improving, but we have low inequality. Yeah, we can't allow ourselves to lose this area because it has a launch facility in it. So does this one now, actually. Don't worry about so much funding for us. Full democracy. Should it still be found in the space station if this one-time priority for the nation does not have a domestic spaceflight program? The campaign start will unlock boosters once completed. It's completed though. They have access to a launch facility. Our investment in transformation priorities receiving a density bonus for other priorities. So we don't need that anymore. They have a space industry. This one-time priority. It says, yeah, I think that should have been removed automatically now that it has boost and mission control. Or maybe that's because it's getting boost and mission control from the European Union. That is Prague. Yep, that's ours. Strange. Okay. Completing the welfare priority decreases the nation's inequality. This priority has a warning symbol when inequality is higher or is increasing in the nation. Completing the spoils priority, and this nation grants directly to the owner of each control. So that's another way of getting money. But increases inequality as a result. At half the rate of that. I'll leave that as is for now. So that's that one and that one. These two are small, much smaller. This one also has found space program, but they don't currently have a space program, I don't think. It must be because of the Europe thing. But yeah, these ones definitely have a launch site in their territory now, so we don't need to worry about that. The investment point is going down. Okay, let's get rid of these. I'll allow you to keep investing in your military, keep funding. Let's actually start making someone do something about the environment. And again, I can set one and then copy it. This one should be. It's a Prague launch facility. It's owned by Czechia. It's just that it's also getting some from Europe. Again, I think I need to improve your GDP rather than worrying about space programs. Possibly. This one has points. Does this look like it's rolled over? This one-time priority for nations that do not have domestic spaceflight programs at the campaign starts will unlock boost and mission priorities once completed. Our investment into founding space program priorities receive an 11% diversity bonus from other priorities. Boost priority covers the construction of facilities for rockets and other surface. The amount of boost created. So yeah, everyone in Europe has access to boost facilities. So yeah, you might be right. Even though they have their own facility, it may be considered under the umbrella of Europe. I've got to imagine it will disappear once it's finished. Although they've taken their money out of Founding Space Station, Founding Space Program in this one as well, and this one has one. We'll have to pay a little bit more attention to somewhere else that has one. Or doesn't have one, rather. Does Germany have a launch facility? Germany should. Bound Space Program. They have Space Operations Center. They don't have their own launch facility. Which means they're probably contributing to Europe's. Germany has a strong economy as it is, so we may as well focus on that as well. Their democracy is pretty good, and we'll keep researchers high. They can give us less money, and they can work on their military. They have the resources for it. That's everywhere we have direct control over. They have their own launch facility yet? Not yet. Okay, yeah, so founding the space program gives them access to their own launch facility. Because they don't have one either yet. Anyway, we've not finished assigning our counselors to missions. You finish acquiring Germany. Okay, maybe not you then. You finish acquiring Germany.
Taking control.
Your orders?
Where do you need me? We'll be running this place in no time.
Where to? Taking control.
Okay, save us some influence.
Defending the VIP.
Protect the target mission complete. I'm now protecting Vienna from enemy operations. Good. And she can fortify it next turn. Come on, give me Germany.
We were unable to establish control.
Fuck my rolls. 90% chance of success. The other one better succeed.
We were unable to establish control.
That's not how random rolls are supposed to work, game.
We still lack support.
For fuck's sake! This is even worse than XCOM. 1% chance misses. They only happen every now and again. Report there now to tape Xenolab, which is a hab module, which is useless to us. Okay, that's crashed down in the Kabul region of Afghanistan. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, spectating life forms escaped into the surrounding countryside. New project available, again, hab module, quarters. Oh, right, yeah, weak. I've got to keep her here for a month to protect that. Okay, someone just grabbed Belgium. All in one go.
Ready for my mission.
Stay put.
Ready for orders.
I haven't bothered trying to get the rest of this location of Poland. Let's just make sure there's no notifications we need to know about. We already know about that one, yeah. A border skirmish took place between Sudan and South Sudan. Okay. The only person able to do this is
Ready to
you.
go.
Afghanistan. There it is.
Initiating surveillance.
Ready for orders.
Okay. You try again there.
Bringing them on board.
Where to?
You come back here. I want to give you all of the funds.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Okay, how's research going? We have 200 money now. I don't know for anything here yet. Save up a little bit more, we can get another org.
On Overwatch.
Searching for enemies in Berlin.
Defending the VIP.
Wrapping up here.
Have I synchronized credit in... How? Nobody has... Nobody has influence there.
Our supporters are in place.
Okay, we got another area there.
Our presence is growing.
There we go. We control Germany. It was contested by the looks of it. Wait, no. Did that not do what I told it to do? I think it did. I clicked the crash site. Okay, we've reached our cap. We're now losing influence. That's fine. God damn it.
Surveilling target area.
Okay.
At your service.
Your orders?
If I leave this, I'm almost certain they're just going to take it. I'm actually inclined to let them get that. For no other reason than to let me know who's doing it. But I am not allowing someone to take control of Germany. It's mine now.
Making things safe for our people.
What's the up?
See if you can't beat them.
Establishing our presence.
Ready for orders.
They might perform a crackdown on that one as well. I'm a little annoyed that the defense thing didn't apply to, or doesn't apply to all of them and just reduce the duration. We have to reapply it. What do I want you to do? No one's attempted to grab that, but we know someone's here. Cannot capture or hold targeted individual. Detain counselor. Investigate alien activity. Contact an identified counselor from another to initialize a diplomatic exchange. Go to ground, protect target. We know there's a counselor there. Or was there. What to do with our security experts? Hold our ground, given that... Yeah, okay. We'll hold our ground here.
I'll keep them safe.
And we'll see what they do. And if they do something else, we'll go after them.
Securing our interests.
Okay.
Initiating recon.
Okay, xenoform detected in the Kabul region. We have detected what appears to be alien microbes and plants in the Kabul region of Afghanistan. They are thriving and threatening to displace the native biotic, which strangely does not seem to be resisting their advance to the degree we would expect. A direct application of force, either via a council mission or an army operation, should be able to reduce or even eliminate its spread. We'll begin preparations for research projects to better understand the phenomenon. Future notifications of this type will not trigger an alert nor cause... Okay. Our research and development teams reported that we are now able to understand aiming for the project. Still want to grab that first. Okay, yeah, that's fine. New project available. Our research development teams that take energy labs. Again, is a hab module. We do need to start researching them at some point. Control point lost. You again.
We've got our people in place.
Okay, and we're taking control of Denmark. Okay.
Reporting in.
You should defend our interests first. We'll worry about that later. You should only need to be defending this one more time, and then we can fortify it. Headquarters in the Colora region. Steel project, public campaign, monthly income, investigation, and that. I think I'd rather save for something better. Grants access to orgs not available to other councillors. Management security in nations where is one or less. A member of a recognised government with an official status grants access to orgs not available to other councillors. They already have pretty decent stats in general. Let's boost your espionage further. We may as well lean into what you're good at. Prosperous. Boost affluence. Well off and able to contribute meaningful funds to the cause. Streetwise. Espionage, security, investigation. Removes indulgence. Prominent military science, monthly income 10, plus 1 science. Plus 25 military science research. Adding this trait will also remove the Councillor's military science. Oh, so it's the boost of this. 5 and 15%. Broadly known among the elites and publics. Even less espionage. Is that worth saving up for? National hero. Unearned influence in his home nation. Persuasion in home nation. Security when in home nation. I could use more influence, but it's only 3 for 30, which isn't much. Oh, that's what that symbol is. It gives them plus 1 science. I'm an idiot. If I just looked over to the left, I would have seen that when I was worrying about it earlier. Do you have any... or capacity from administration? Okay, yeah, you do have some administration. We can get you some tech-related orgs. Administration increases control point max. Also increase the control point capacity. Transfer deorbit, orbit, contact, go to ground, set national policy. Okay, I'll save it for senior military scientist. We're speaking meeting surgeons in 3 nations. Persuasion nations rallies. That is also looks like it's pretty good to get. What's removing? Opinion leader. +2 persuasion. +3. It's not really worth it for the cost at the minute. So organize and lead combat operations. Let's boost your command. And those two we're saving up. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, crackdown is investigation.
Cracking down.
Ready for your orders.
Acknowledged.
Cancer will improve the target research output, combat capability, and financial performance.
Offering assistance.
Where to?
Not really in a position to take any more. You continue to protect your current location.
Defending the VIP.
Acknowledged.
You... oh bollocks, you don't have the ability to reinforce. Can I crack down and purge in the same breath? That takes 3.
We are taking power.
How's the calendar? Okay, mission assignment phase. Crackdown expires. Okay, yeah.
Offering support.
Device mission complete. Increasing the research output by 7%, investment points by 4%. Forming all army and defenses. Middle value.
Crackdown complete.
Okay, good. Close, but good.
Our people have taken control.
And immediately take it back. Good. And we do have the funds to protect both of these now. Okay, new organizations are available. Right. Let's have a look. We can't afford any of them. We have more money now and we still can't afford any of them. Which is weird, because... Is it just we can't afford them, or that... Ah, right, no, he can't use them. There are some that we can afford and use. Okay, boost economy, boost spoils, material science research. Gives decent income, gives... Okay. Yeah, it's because, why are you not allowed? What are you missing? Oh, you only allowed one of one. Okay. You only had administration one, that's why. Steel project, public campaign. Okay, I think we give you this so that we can increase our income. Can't afford any of the others, but that's fine. Okay, I am going to abandon our interest in Italy, I think. The United Kingdom launches an airstrike to degrade the military of Yemen. Where is... How do we go about abandoning our interests? I thought it was done through this. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, there it is. I wonder, I would kind of like to just give it to humanity first. I need to initiate contact. I think to do that. Although, given how much of a pain in the ass these guys have been, I've half a mind to smack them down. Okay.
Standing by for orders.
Contact. There's no one available to contact.
At your service.
Okay. You fortify your located position here. Oh, it's 20. Damn it. We can only do this twice.
Securing our control.
Ready for my mission.
You fortify here.
Protecting our interests.
Standing by.
Standing by.
No, I'm going to send you to ground.
Hunkering down.
Ready for my mission.
Yeah, you can't fortify anyway. There. We don't have enough control over there. Has anyone made moves in Japan yet? No. We don't have the resources to expand any further at the minute. And we're now losing influence. Okay. Check, Italy, confirm. What to do with you? Maybe someone with a better investigate, but okay, we'll just try base.
Initiating surveillance.
Oh, game support.
Securing our control.
Going off the grid.
Securing our interests.
Person of interest surveilled.
Okay. We improved our knowledge about we knew the protectorate. Working as a judge. Unfortunately, not our target. You are against us, but you haven't made any aggressive attacks against us. So you're not the one. You're not one that I want to have a go at. Conducted a... Our advisors have conducted a crackdown in Den... Oh. Right, yeah, we couldn't afford to defend it. Are you really going to start have a go at us? Is this someone else having a go at us? Wish I knew who did that. Adversaries, not advisors. Okay. That's that one, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, in all likelihood, it was probably them. We can afford to send her over there to defend it. It's not like we have the points to... well, we need more command points to begin expanding again.
What's the op? I'll keep them safe.
What's the op?
Okay, we have 20, so we can reinforce another location. Until August. So it lasts a decent while, even on a full... That one's only going to last till July, until we would have to re-up it again. Not knowing what to prioritize doesn't help. They all have a lot more ops than me. We are gaining more than... they're catching up. Our monthly available boost is one of the highest. Okay, so we can re-up them before they run out, and in theory it will add to them. It's just the cost that's the problem. We need to start getting a lot more influence than we are at the minute. I mean, the amount of influence we're apparently getting is more than everyone else, but that might be because everyone else is... I don't know. We have the most influence. We are technically ahead in a lot of things. I still want to kick these guys down a peg or two because they've attacked me twice now. So fuck them. Nah, not worth the effort. We've only got one councillor we can detain. Do I have anyone that can actually...
Where do you need me?
Do something about the Salt Alien assets?
Gear up.
Reporting in.
Problem is, I have no one else that can defend
Ready
this.
for orders.
At your service.
Defending interest isn't going to help there.
Where to?
Standing by.
Where do you need me?
You know what? No, I need that influence. I need that influence. You monitor that. See
Eyes up.
who attacks.
Standing by for orders.
And we'll assassinate them if we can catch them. No, we can't afford the thing. Yeah, all of these cost something. You would be better for surveilling because you've gone to ground, so...
Standing by for orders.
Okay. Stabilize nation. Detain counselor. Detain enemy counselor for interrogation. Success will disrupt any missions. The enemy counselor. Can't I preactive or preactively go for that? No, apparently not. We should probably defend our interests in Spain. These two aren't really worth as much as everywhere else we have. Okay.
Protecting our interests.
Ready to go.
Okay. How do I get more ops? I have no ops income.
Securing our interests.
Setting a watch.
New project available. Social science lab. Again, there's a hub module. Arms purchase. Civilians military planners have suggested buying hardware from Lithuania to bolster its forces. While simple in theory, it is unknown whether the budget committee would approve of the purchase. Furthermore, even if they did approve, Lithuania may not be willing to sell. In either case, we could try to grease the wheels of the deal. We don't have room in the budget right now. $5K. Yeah. How am I supposed to have anywhere near that amount of money by this point in the game? Come on.
Target destroyed.
Alien assets successful. Good. Alien investigation mission complete. I've learned some useful information in my situation in Afghanistan. We received a small bonus to our xenological research going forward. Control point lost. Okay, that's fine. We were letting them have that. We abandoned it. We've lost many of our people no longer respond to our communications. We have lost a significant amount of power in the event.
Just imagine, Ifechi, how this world would change if we could mass manufacture building materials in an instant. Homes built for mere pennies, irrigation for every village, a brighter, fairer future for all. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, Private Correspondence.
Science around the world have gained a full understanding of advanced carbon manipulation. The initiative contributed the most science to the effort and has selected advanced electromagnetism as the direction of global research. We have built our way to the stars and will require more efficient resources than we have now, as set forth most abundant elements in the universe, and indeed the second most in the human body. Carbon is nearly endless. and highly adaptable resource. By developing our understandings of carbon properties and limits, we have become able to manipulate it at a molecular level. This will enable the creation of even more impressive, yet even more affordable building materials and structures, both here and on Earth. Carbon nanotubes. We do have the most research at the minute. We probably could. I mean, we're not even trying on this, and we're already pretty close to the highest contributor. What will this get us? Reusable rockets. Interplanetary chemical rockets. No, I think we keep focusing on ours. We will let them worry about what is researchable, because at the minute we still have plenty of things that we can start working on. What we need is actually the ability to use these. Acquire an org. Acquire an org for one of our counselors that grants an engineering project. Okay. We did just get a notice that they were new orgs available. Okay, so that's where they're getting ops from. We need to get one of these. Headquarters in Hamburg region, so that one we can get because it's in Germany. Extract counselor, detain counselor, detect target. That'd be good to give to someone else. It's going to cost us resources, but get us 2 ops. 2 ops, and then give 1 intelligence, 1 command, and 2 defense to someone. I think it might be worth buying it and assigning it and giving it to someone who currently doesn't have those capabilities, but could be used for that. Maybe him. Because that is almost done. That'll be done in a week or 2. 6th of June. That'll be done in, yeah, just a little over a week. And that gives us our 5th. So we'll save and see who we can buy. That looked like a much bigger window appeared and then disappeared. One sec. I have my stream open on my laptop, and there's a little bit of a delay on that. It may have just been repeated text. I don't know. Okay. The initial global upheaval in the response to the alien arrival has calmed somewhat, with various political and economical interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With a sense of emergency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting their authority, and humans are now spending more time worrying about each other than the aliens. In short, the moment to strike quickly is passing. Our councils report that their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct, as they must navigate old protocols for travel, security. So we can still move forward. Okay, so mission assignment phase will now create twice a month going forward. Okay. Everything has slowed. Okay, have you got your... No. We do have enough to fortify one of these locations. Interesting. They performed a crackdown, then did nothing. Sending everyone to ground might be an idea so that they lose track of our councillors. Because, yeah, we've lost track of the judge and the protectorate. That's safe, that's safe. How much do they need to keep happy? 5%. We can give you 5% to keep them happy. Okay.
Where to?
Are you the only one that can perform observation?
Your orders?
Currently, yes.
I'm here.
Ready for my mission?
No, some others can as well.
Your orders?
At your service.
Let's send you to ground. Go to ground in Germany.
Going into hiding.
I'm here.
Acknowledged.
You monitor. Not investigate counselor. Oh, damn it, no. That's not the right one. The one we want is surveil location.
What's the op?
At your service.
Reporting in.
You're capable of surveil location.
Initiating recon.
Your orders?
Ready for my mission.
Who do we have access to contact? Again, no, we can't. Influence. At least we're going to get more influence per cycle this time.
At your service.
Let's start
Making things
fortifying
safe
all
for
of our
people.
locations.
Where do you need me?
Sabotage project, steal project, advise. Let's send you to ground again, because it's not like we can do anything else with you at the moment.
Evading pursuit.
Okay.
Securing our control.
Initiating deep cover.
Going silent.
Initiating surveillance.
Project completes. Pause, open research. Okay, now we should start worrying about HAB stuff. One assumes. That's the construction of the following habitation: energy lab, HAB living quarters, science lab. Actually, no, let's grab this one. Okay. Headquarters in Moscow region. Grants advice, control. Oh damn it, we're nowhere near the influence to be able to afford that. Okay. You, and you. You are very loyal. Unfortunately, you have no combat capabilities whatsoever. You're an all-rounder in terms of surveillance and that, but... Commando, command, security... What are skills we don't have access to yet? Inspire, turn counselor, you're a diplomat. Inspire, turn counselor, public campaign. Sabotage facility, increase unrest, assault enemy space facility, assault alien asset. Protect target. Another judge. No, we already have access to enough of these. Public campaign, turn counselor, crackdown, investigate counselor, steel project. You also can surveil location. Or apparent loyalty. You have some amount of science. Proves the loyalty of another counselor. Makes them more resilient to interrogation attempts to turn them. May also bring back a turned counselor to our side. Can't afford them, but we may as well figure out which one we want. Turn counselor, activist, no command, no security. You'll get us a bunch of influence. Monthly science income. True, I just don't know how... Well, we'll have the resources shortly, before the next cycle. At least for ones that cost 30. We have someone surveilling there. Okay, we know who it is now at least. Okay. We've nailed them. They're gonna wish they hadn't done that. Or we will make them wish they hadn't done that. Resistance, the resistance consolidated control in Austria. Resistance to consolidated control in Austria. This unlocks certain powerful options for set the policy mission in nations, including joining and leaving federations and unifying movement nations. Further notification of this type will not trigger. Okay. We have detected a base belonging to the aliens at the Helicron crater on Enki. Alien station detected. alien base detected.
How could one so young, coddled as you are by the modern world, begin to understand what war is? I did what had to be done. Closing your eyes and wishing the monster away only makes you an easier meal. Colonel Hans Castillo, during a war crimes trial.
Scientists around the world have gained full understanding of Deep Space Skywatch. The servants contributed the most to the efforts, and Deep Space Propulsion Concepts, the new directive. Living with certainty we are not alone requires that we change from observant. As factions track alien vessels and structures in the solar system immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. New project available. Fulfills objective research alien origins. Does it give us anything? Not currently. Okay, your marketplace is updated with some potential targets for acquisition. Okay, that's still the same set. We need something that gives us ops. Ideally, I need to get that, but... well, I would like to get that. But it requires way more influence than we have.
I'm here.
Needs investigation to detain them.
Ready to go.
Reporting in.
Acknowledged.
Ready for my mission.
Reporting in.
And costs up. What about assassination?
Ready.
Okay.
Where to? Targeting their center of power.
Where to? Removing our enemies.
Reporting in.
Can set national policy now in... it would be Austria. How does that work? Cooldown for normalized relations factions. Leave Federation. Policies and targets available to this nation. It would be nice to know what policies we could actually implement. Declare war, seek peace, Federation, leave Federation, unification, peacefully unify this nation with its parent nation, or federal ally, grant independence, demand claim, request a nation that is not at war, or transfer a non-capital, non-hostile region to the claim of this nation, disband army, disarm warhead, Declare independence. Okay. Well, that's really helpful at the moment. Okay.
Standing by for orders.
What to do with you? You go fortify the last of our control areas that doesn't have fortification.
Protecting our interests.
What's the up?
I set the GDP nation. Value is set by the nation's GDP. Population change. Climate change. This month, last month. All time. 30-day GDP. They're going to go bankrupt very quickly. In spite of the boost to that. Sustainability change. Economic priority, population change, climate change. Last month, the population in the nation has changed by -0.3%. Population growth is expected annually. This value, higher per capita GDP, increases the natural population growth rate, while higher education coherence and colder latitudes lower it. People are too smart. Is what it's implying. Germany goes bankrupt in a year if I can't figure out how to fix that. Welfare and disaster. Improves by another one per investment point in an environment priority to a maximum of 3.6 or 3.18. This maximum can be improved in new technologies. It worsens by around per 1% point in spoil priority. So here the nation emits population change, climate change. We'll see if that helps. Well, we're going to need to keep an eye on that, otherwise, yeah, Germany's going to go bankrupt. How bad is the rest of them? Hang on, wait, no, I misread that. That's 1,000. That's a comma. It's not going down by that much. That looks like a period. That is a period. It's not pulled my, or it's not correctly pulled the, what's it called? Region locals on my computer. That should be a comma, not a period. We're British. A comma denotes that you have gone past and you're going into decimal point. Oh, sorry, a period is decimal points. A comma is 1,000 splits. I mean, they do that here. There's a period. Consistency! That's not how it should work. Okay, so it's not as dire as I thought it was. GDPs are going down, but let's get everyone to have some on the environment and a little bit more on the economy. Okay, GDP there is improving. Leave that as it is for now. Sweden, GDP is going up. Let's get some investment in the environment. It doesn't show us a GDP in here, but it does give us this, which is the result that we need to pay attention to. Okay. You currently have no task. We have the points. Let's have you advise Germany.
I will help them.
Right.
Offering counsel.
Making things safe for our people.
New project available. Climate Lab. Okay. How'd that go down to 9%? Ah, because they fortified it.
Lost their trail.
So the purge is unlikely to work either.
In each of us, embers glow. Through meditation, prayer, and togetherness, these dim sparks will blossom into the roaring flames they were meant to be. Superior Judith Hound, Burn Brighter, Self-Improvement Course.
Reusable rockets, interplanetary chemicals, fair enough.
The opposition remains in power.
Okay. 10%. Still doable. I try to take control of the Netherlands. Do they even have the points to do that at this point? Yeah, they're not overextending yet. How can I dislodge the fuckers? Okay. We have executive control in 3 locations now. Fortification's gone over there, but they're not our enemy. When does this run out? 30th of September. 2 months away.
Where do you need me?
Okay, I want to check something. Popular support. That's what I thought.
Ready for orders.
Ready for your orders.
Ready.
Where to?
Only one of you can currently do that, though. We had 30 again. Same list. You have the most available skills. You have the most loyalty. We could make you another really good spy, but I kind of want you purely for extra public campaigns. Okay, I'm gonna go you.
Research stations, space docks, resupply hubs. We are going to need it all. When you think we are ready, take the leap into orbit.
Save sufficient money, boost some mission controls to afford a launch platform. Core module. Zoom out and Earth and distance geoscape. And we've completed the build of the capital objective. While the castle has expanded, it is not necessarily set in stone. The option to dismiss one of our current councillors is always available if you find them to be ineffective or disloyal. You can then recruit a different councillor candidate better suited to our goals. Different councillor candidates become available periodically. Okay, you do have one administration, which is good. You get cheaper augments. Espionage, security, investigation. Affluent survivor. Elder statesman. You getting a penalty to espionage from something. Administration command. Okay, so we shouldn't send you to your home nation, which means streetwise is not useful. You would have a pretty high inspiration if you weren't a media darling, or espionage. You would have a 9. Particularly skilled at detecting other councillors. +1 to investigation when detecting other councillors. We'll make you our primary investigator. Sighting enemy councillors. Councillors are modified stat, yeah. We'll boost your investigation. Public campaign. You don't have access to that yet. You having this would not be a bad idea. That would give us 3 people we can throw at public campaigns. Although, you're not the best. It's plus influence as well. We need to save for this. Okay. You can have that. Okay. We are going to dislodge these guys.
Standing by for orders. I will tell our story.
What's the op?
Ready to go.
Standing by.
Ready for orders. We must persuade the people.
Ready.
Okay, we're gonna crowbar them out of here. They don't actually have a very high public opinion anyway, but we may as well fortify ours.
What's the up?
Where do you need me?
Okay, we'll have to use someone else to go after the crash site. Hostile takeover. Seize an org from an enemy councillor for our own use. Stat administration. No, we don't want to get in their bad books. We'll need to do, yeah, we'll do a media blitz for a while. Get our support up in all the territories we control.
Where do you need me?
Nowhere. You actually don't have much use at all. Okay.
I'm here.
What about you? We own this nation. Defend interests. 8% is as high as we're going to get it. Let's see what happens.
Targeting their key people.
Our research and development teams are pleased to report they have overcome a significant uncertainty and are now able to undertake the heavy chemical rocket project. National investment points redirected to boost priority are increased by 10%. Allows the construction of heavy rocket 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Special project available. How close is this to founding? Almost there. Let me just go through all of this. Okay. Oh, we're past end stream time. New project, no rockets. Okay. Space tugs.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
It's changed by 5, is now stands at 21.
Public sentiment is
9
increasingly
to
with
30.
us.
They have not come in peace. Images of obvious alien military ships and structures in the far solar system has dashed hopes worldwide for peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with the aliens are changing their views in light of the first hardship. These first hard facts about their arrival. Roughly half of the control points belonging to the Academy will suffer the crackdown effect for 12 months. The Academy suffers a massive loss in public around the world. The Academy isn't someone we've seen, is it? All nations' coherence moves by 1 towards extreme values.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
By only 3%. Oh no, we've seen the Academy. And they're tolerant of us not giving us any grief. I think we're beating most people on resources. They have more money than us. We've caught up with them boost capacity. Our research is still decently ahead of everyone's. Special project available.
We've neutralized their key people.
Thank you. Finally gave us a good roll. Consolidation in Spain, Croatia, and Austria. Education enabling activities complete. Small bonus towards the virology research going on forward. Spaceflight program initiated. Germany has joined the list of spacefaring nations by launching a small satellite into orbit. Factions may begin building boost and control there. So yeah, it's their own unique system one. Economic region. So yeah, that's strange because this one has one as well. But it still has bound space program. Bound space program has in fact gone from Germany. Okay, we should pause here before we get into just another turn syndrome, because we only streamed 6 hours and we're now 6.5 hours in. Almost. So, sermons have happened to become more popular in German. Perhaps we should investigate. Okay, so improving their public opinion there. We'll have to counter that. In fact, what we'll do, because we've got all the information fresh in our mind, clearly they're trying to do someone is trying to do something in Germany. So you go on a public campaign in Germany.
I will try to sway the public.
You're our best
Standing by.
infiltrator.
Standing by.
Get rid of them.
Terminating the opposition.
Ready to go.
Ready for orders.
Let's have a look. Switzerland and Denmark. Actually, no, because we only have one other person that can do public campaign. You go to Switzerland.
I will tell our story.
I'm here.
That location needs fortifying, or they're going to do something with it.
Securing our interests.
Standing by for orders.
And you remain not that useful. Send you to advise Germany, because again, they're our powerhouse, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to grab them.
Lending my expertise.
And their GDP is on the rise again. Okay, let's try and get some more arrows going up. GDP is still going down. Inequality is lowering. I think that one just needs more time. I get the feeling this will balance out. GDP's lowering. Let's use... let's do that until we regain control of it. I'll appease them a little, even if it's going to cost too much to do it in the long run. Just try and delay what that could cause for bad effect. Research is on its way down here. Can you set policy? No. I was tempted. Anybody Swiss watching will probably not like it. I was tempted to get Switzerland to join the EU. to give me more control over the EU in general. Because we've got a nice control base here. There's plenty of other locations around the world that don't have any control yet, but we need to be able to increase our cap. Don't have any combat assets. Faction popularity. Oh no, faction, yeah, popularity. Investment points. Control points, military tech level, boost income. Unrest, democracy, sustainability. Xenoforming level. Federations. We do have a decent amount of control in theory in Europe. I don't know what that counts for though, because it's not like we can do anything with Europe specifically, I don't think. Yeah, a lot of people just moved into Europe. Ah, someone got a foothold in... That is... no, that's Kazakhstan. It's not Eurasia, it's this... No, this is Eurasia, isn't it? Technically, Europe is all of this. And this is Eurasia. Continents are weird. How's research going? Did I misread something about these, I wonder? The only thing I saw it make mention of is that faction scientists contributes most. Whoever contributes the most research will be given going to select the next technology, and all contributors will improve their chances of unlocking project stems from this technology. Okay, yeah. So no. Just so long as completing one of those projects doesn't give a boost to research. We're getting our boost to research just by investing in all of them. We have 200 credits. Okay, we can't afford any of these. I wish you would tell me how long this is going to stay on the list for. It's the easiest one we can grab that will give us ops. And it's +2 ops, it's not bad. That just straight up gives us +2 monthly boost income. It's expensive though. That's expensive as well. Yeah, we need to save up for this. Anyway, we've done enough. We'll leave it there for today. Let me save. Oops. Let me turn that off, put that back to here and save. And yeah, we'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday from 2 PM GMT onwards. In all likelihood, we're going to continue with this for at least one more episode. We'll see after that. On Tuesday at some point, I'm suspecting typical release time, 6 o'clock. which is while we're streaming, Mio, Memory in Orbits will come out, and that's the game I'm thinking of making my next full playthrough. But if I like this game, I may move Mio back until after we're done with this, until maybe we've failed once or whatnot else. We're getting a feel for the game. There's obviously still loads to learn in it. We've not even got to space yet, and it's taken us 6 hours to get this far. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. Thanks again for watching and helping do the show, and hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.